Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to start our conference in the next 5 minutes. Уважаемые дамы и господа, пожалуйста, занимайте свои места. Будем начинать нашу конференцию через 5 минут. Dear speakers of the plenary session, please make your way to the stage. Уважаемые спикеры заседания, пожалуйста, пройдите к нам сюда, на сцену. Спасибо. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats, and dear speakers of the plenary session, please make your way to the stage. Very quick announcement, those ones who need headphones, and I think you probably will need the headphones, because the first welcome is the language. Please take headphones from the headphones people at the end of the conference room. Уважаемые участники, пожалуйста, занимайте свои места. Мы начинаем через 2 минуты. Всем участникам, кому нужны наушники, пожалуйста, возьмите наушники у наших коллег в конце зала. Первая наша презентация будет на узбекском языке, поэтому, возможно, будем понадобиться наушники. Спасибо. Несколько технических объявлений. I would like to make a couple of technical announcements before we start. So you all have headphones. They have three languages. The three channels. Channel 1 is for Russian translation. Channel 2 for English. Channel 3 for Uzbek languages. Если вам нужен перевод, конференция будет на 3 языках. Вы можете включить канал 1 для русского языка, канал 2 для английского, канал 3 для узбекского языка. Еще пару объявлений перед тем, как мы начнем наше пленарное заседание. Мы хотели бы поприветствовать вас всех. Знали, что многие из вас впервые в этом зале. В этом зале существует противопожарный выход. Если вдруг какая-то будет пожарный сигнал, нам придется выйти из зала. У нас есть 4 противопожарных выхода, которые открыты, но никаких сигналов мы не ожидаем. Just in case the fire exit, the 4 fire exits in this room, if you hear the fire alarm, you always exit the conference room immediately. The organizing committee will show you how to do that. And the last 2 announcements, can you please put your mobile phones on quiet not to disturb the speakers? Просим, пожалуйста, всех поставить мобильные телефоны на тихий режим, чтобы не мешать докладчикам и слушателям. Давайте еще буквально 30 секунд. Последний участник сейчас возьмут свои наушники и мы начнем. Okay, just 1 minute, and then we'll start when our delegates can take their seats and start the first plenary session. Dear ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, dear partners and friends, we would like to welcome you all here in this beautiful city of Tashkent for the first Central Eurasian Space Technology Conference. We would like to thank our partners in Cosmos for their incredible support, effort and help to turn this new idea into the valuable meeting place for the regional space industry. We would like to thank all our participants for accepting our invitations and to travel across the world to attend this event in person. We know that for some of you, it is the first offline event in the last 2 years, and we thank you for coming to Tashkent. A special thank you goes to all international space agencies and related government bodies from Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Turkey, UAE, Kyrgyzstan, Monaco, and Pakistan for participating in this conference. We would especially like to express our gratitude to our platinum sponsors, S3, MAPSA, SSI Monaco, and Viasat. Thank you for believing in this new initiative and for supporting it. Thank you to our gold sponsor Airbus, silver sponsor OneWeb, and to all our bronze sponsors, Eutelsat, Aerospace, Planet, Gilat, Hughes, Linkmaster, STS, Thales, and Uztelecom. We are grateful for your support and for the organizing committee stands ready to help you to make the most out of this opportunity. Now let me give this floor to our first welcome address by Mr. Shukrat Kadirov, the Acting General Director of Uzbek Cosmos. Mr. Kadirov has had a broad and successful career in the state and private business in the last 24 years. From 2010 to 2015, he held positions of General Director of Uz Digital TV. Then from 2015 to 2017, he worked as a Director of Uz Mobile. And from 2017 to 2018, he was General Director of Uzbek Telecom. In July 2020, he was appointed as Acting Director, General Director of new organization, Uzbek Cosmos. Please, Mr. Kadirov, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Hurmatli mehmonlar, hurmatli delegatsiyalar rahbarlari, xonimlar va janoblar. Bugun 30 ga yaqin davlatlardan delegatlar, shu jumladan 7 kosmik agentlik rahbarlari va mutasaddilari, dunyodagi yetakchi 30 dan ortiq kosmik kompaniyalar, shuningdek O'zbekiston Respublikasini 30 ga yaqin vazirlik va idoralarning rahbarlari va vakillari ishtirok etayotgan Markaziy Yevrosiyo mintaqasida birinchi kosmik texnologiyalar Space Technology Conference 2022 bo'lib o'tayotgan mehmondo'st O'zbekiston poytaxti Toshkent shahrida sizlarni ko'rib turganimdan bahayotda xursandman. Shu fursatdan foydalanib, Britaniyaning Dialog Events kompaniyasiga ushbu konferensiyada tashkil etib va biz bilan hamkorlik qilib o'tkazayotganiga va ko'magiga samimiy minnatdorchilik bildirmoqchiman. Hurmatli konferensiya ishtirokchilari, jahon tajribasida kosmik texnologiyalardan foydalanish davlatlarning ham ijtimoiy iqtisodiy sohasida ham mudofaa va xavfsizlik sohalarida global vazifalar va muammolarini hal qilish darajasi sezilarli va osonlashayotganligini ko'rsatib kelmoqda. Kosmik faoliyat natijalaridan iqtisodiyotning turli tarmoqlaridagi ijtimoiy iqtisodiy muammolarni hal qilish manfaatlarida foydalanish zarurati va kosmik tizimlarning navigatsiya, kosmosdan kuzatish, yerni masofadan zo'rlash, aloqa, boshqaruv va ma'lumotlarni kuzatish, shu bilan birga gidrometeorologiya, kartografiya, topografiya va boshqa turdagi kosmik ta'minot sohasidagi global axborot va telekommunikatsiya maydonlarining uzluksiz ishlashini ta'minlash qobiliyatiga bo'lgan ehtiyoj kundan kunga ortib bormoqda. Shuni ta'kidlash joizki, bugun O'zbekiston ongli ravishda qat'iy islohotlarga kirishmoqda va mamlakatning yangi idorasi shakllanmoqda. O'zbekiston Respublikasida kosmik faoliyatini jadal rivojlanishi davlatimizning siyosatining asosiy ustuvor yo'nalishlaridan biri hisoblanadi. Iqtisodiyotimizning yetakchi tarmoqlariga kosmik texnologiyalarning joriy qilish bu bizning alohida o'rni bor va vazifalarimizdan biri. Hozirgi kunda O'zbekistonda kosmik tadqiqotlar texnologiyalar sohasidagi normativ huquqiy bazalar yangilanmoqda va shakllantirilmoqda. Maslahatchilar sifatida biz xorijiy yuqori malakali xorijiy mutaxassislarni jalb qilganmiz. O'zbekiston Respublikasining vazirliklari va idoralari bilan ular tomonidan hal etilayotgan tarmoq vazifalarini samaradorligini oshirish uchun maqsadida kelishish ishlari va izchil hamkorlik amalga oshirilmoqda. O'zbekistonda oliy o'quv yurtlari bilan va yetakchi xorijiy kosmik tashkilotlar va universitetlar bilan kadrlar tayyorlash, qayta tayyorlash va ilmiy tadqiqot ishlarini olib borish uchun kompetensiya markazlari va fakultetlarini ochilishini muhokama qilib turibmiz. Sohalardagi amaliy muammolarni hal qilish uchun kosmik va giyohvaro faoliyatidan foydalanish tajriba loyihalari va maqsadli dasturlarni amalga oshirmoqdamiz va rejalashtirish ishlari olib borilmoqda. Bugungi kunda agentlik turli vakolatli xalqaro tashkilotlar va dasturlarga, jumladan Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti qoshidagi tashkilotga ham qo'shilishi masalalari ishlab chiqildi va o'zini yakuniy bosqichida. O'ylaymanki, bu chora-tadbirlarni amalga oshirish uchun O'zbekiston katta ijtimoiy siyosiy ahamiyatga ega bo'lib, kosmik faoliyatda o'zini yuqori natijalarga erishishni, innovatsion rivojlanish darajasi yuqori bo'lgan davlatlar qatoriga kirish imkoniyati, texnologik mustahkamligi va axborot xavfsizligi, iqtisodiyotning turli tarmoqlarida samaradorligini oshirish, zamonaviy ish o'rinlarini yaratish va xalqaro darajadagi yuqori malakali ilmiy, muhandislik va boshqaruv kadrlarini tayyorlashni ta'minlaydi. Shu munosabat bilan mana bugun va ertaga bo'lib o'tadigan sessiyalarda o'ylaymanki, biz uchun juda qiziq bo'lgan va xorijiy agentliklar va xorijiy yetakchi kompaniyalarni o'zini ijobiy tajribasidan kelib chiqib, biz uchun va ularni mana davlatlarida bu yo'nalishda qo'shilgan hissasini hisobga olgan holda har qanday tashabbusni muhokama qilishga biz o'zimiz tarafdan tayyormiz. Ushbu konferensiya jumladan O'zbekiston tarmoq vazirliklari va idoralari uchun xalqaro tajribani o'rganish, hisoblashgan yo'nalishlarda joriy etish uchun yangi tendensiyalar va texnologiyalarni hamda vositalar bilan tanishish uchun ajoyib platforma bo'lishiga ishonaman. Hurmatli konferensiya ishtirokchilari, O'zbekiston ilm-fan, innovatsiya, biznes va texnologiyalar markaziga aylana olishiga ishonaman va mazkur tadbirni ko'rami ishtirokchilarni darajasi va sifati buning dalili. Ishonchim komilki, konferensiya doirasida bo'lib o'tadigan ochiq, konstruktiv munozaralar ishtirokchilarga tajriba va axborot almashish, professional aloqalarni kengaytirish uchun yaxshi imkoniyat yaratadi. Xulosa qilib aytganda, bugungi uchrashuvimiz kosmik tadqiqotlar va texnologiyalar sohasida uzoq muddatli o'zaro hamkorlikni mustahkamlashga xizmat qilishga umid bildirmoqchiman. Ishtirokchilarga oldindan qiziqarli nutqlar uchun minnatdorchilik bildiraman va sizlarga mustahkam sog'liq bilan ishingizda muvaffaqiyat va samaradorlik tilayman. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat.
Thank you, Mr. Kadirov. And now let me introduce our second welcome address speaker, Mr. Shahmatov, Minister for Development of Information Technologies and Communications of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Just a little bit about Mr. Shahmatov. We would like just to say that from 2005 to 2014, Mr. Shahmatov has occupied various posts in the ICT sector of the government of Uzbekistan. He worked in the Cabinet of Ministers of Uzbekistan and the presidential administration for a number of years. From 2014 to 2016, he was the first rector of Inha University in Tashkent. And from 2016 to 2018, Mr. Shahmatov has worked on different C-level jobs in the Ministry of Information Technologies and Communication of Uzbekistan. Since 2021, he was appointed as a Minister of these industries, and we would like to welcome him now for the second welcome address. Please, Mr. Shahmatov, the floor is yours.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli xalqaro konferensiya ishtirokchilari. Hammalar bugun ushbu konferensiyada Toshkentda ko'rib turganimizdan juda xursandmiz. Xabaringlar bor, mana oxirgi yillarda davlatimiz rahbari tomonidan axborot kommunikatsiya texnologiyalarini rivojlantirish bo'yicha juda katta vazifalar oldimizga qo'yildi, juda katta ishlar boshlandi. Mana oxirgi bir necha oy ichida O'zbekiston o'ziga yarasha dunyoning ko'pgina axborot texnologiyalari mutaxassislarini, axborot texnologiya kompaniyalarini jalb etadigan bir markazga aylanib bormoqda. Va davlatimiz rahbari oldimizga O'zbekistonni haqiqiy mintaqaviy axborot texnologiyalari hubiga aylantirish bo'yicha katta vazifani belgiladilar va ushbu vazifani amalga oshirishdagi navbatdagi eng katta qadamlardan bittasi deb menimcha bugungi konferensiya aytsa bo'lsa kerak, chunki bugungi konferensiyada mana dunyoning juda ko'p davlatlaridan xalqaro ekspertlar, xalqaro sohadagi mutaxassislar kelib o'zini fikrlarini almashishmoqda va raqamlashtirish bilan kosmik tadqiqotlar biz doimiy birgalikda olib boramiz. Bu agentligimizni yosh agentlik bo'lishiga qaramasdan mana juda katta oldingi maqsadlar qo'ygan va bugungi tadbirni tashkil qilishganligi uchun albatta agentlik jamoasiga man ham minnatdorchilik bildiraman, ham muvaffaqiyatlar tilayman. Bu juda katta ish va zan vazirlik tizimidagi hamma barcha tizim tashkilotlari ham albatta bu agentlik jamoasi bilan birgalikda bitta jamoa bo'lib ishlashini mana bugungi konferensiya ishtirokchilariga yana bir bor ta'kidlab o'tmoqchiman. Shuning uchun o'ylaymizki, birgalikda biz oldimizga juda katta qo'yilgan maqsadlarga erishishga imkoniyatimiz bo'ladi. Va kosmik texnologiyalar endi bu nafaqat aloqa, albatta uzoq hududlarda aloqa yetib bormagan hududlarda yoki yuqori tezlikdagi internet yetib bormagan hududlarda biz hozir mana yangi kosmik sun'iy yo'ldoshli imkoniyatlardan foydalanib uni yetkazishni kengaytirish muhokamasi ham bor bugungi mavzuda. Lekin shu bilan birgalikda raqamlashtirish bilan integratsiya bo'lgandan keyin kosmik texnologiya bizani raqamli iqtisodiy va elektron hukumat bazalari bilan kosmik texnologiyalarni ma'lumotlar integratsiyasi orqali biz imkoni boricha mamlakatimizning barcha sohalarini iqtisodiyot tarmoqlarini raqamlashtirishda oldimizga qo'ygan vazifalarga tezroq erishishga imkoniyatimiz bo'ladi. Inson omilini kamaytirish, haqiqiy holatni kosmik texnologiya orqali tez va oson o'rganish kabi imkoniyatlar albatta mamlakatimizni sohalarini raqamlashtirish bo'yicha qo'ygan vazifalarni to'laqonli amalga oshirishga imkoniyatni ochib beradi. Shuning uchun bugungi konferensiya qatnashchilarini yana bir bor muvaffaqiyatli konferensiya boshlanishi bilan tabriklayman, ishligiga muvaffaqiyat tilayman. O'ylaymanki, bugungi konferensiya barcha ishtirokchilarga juda bir foydali va natijador bo'ladi umid qilaman. Yana bir bor O'zbekistonga xush kelibsizlar, sog' bo'linglar. Welcome to Uzbekistan. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Shakhmatov, and to Mr. Kadirov for your excellent welcome addresses. And now I would like to pass this session into safe hands of Dr. Ilhami Aygün, who will be our chairman, moderator for this session, whom I have known personally for many, many years, and who is a very keen supporter of all events in Central Asian region that our company organizes. Since 2004, Dr. Aygün has been the founder, the president, and CEO of SSI Monaco. SSI Monaco is an integrated international satellite telecommunications service provider. Dr. Ilhami Aygün is a pioneer in the field of satellite communications. As such, he participated in many European satellite programs and has developed national satellite programs for Turkey, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, and Monaco. Dr. Aygün was the first director of the Turkish Satellite Communication Center, today's Turksat, and he designed and directed the development of Turksat 3 satellites in partnership with Thales Alenia Space. Following the success of the Turksat satellites, Dr. Aygün became the Director General and the CEO of EurasiaSat company in Monaco. It's a JV between Turkey and France. Dr. Ayub resigned in Monaco and has a number of awards and titles from the Prince of Monaco. Dr. Ayub, I pass this conference, this plenary session to you, please.
Thank you, Julia. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and dear friends, good morning first. It's a real privilege and honor for me to be in Tashkent and have the chance to speak to you. I really would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this important event. As they say, if the space virus enters your body, it stays with you forever. I think it's true. My space journey started in '81, and more than 40 years, I have this virus in me and continue the journey. And thanks to Julia that she just summarized what I have done. But my space journey shows that how important the international collaborations between the countries and the people. That's why we are gathering now in Tashkent here, in one of the jewels of Central Asia, to exchange our experience, views, to take best steps to initiate the new future space collaborations. As all we know, satellites bring the benefits to space to world, to us. They are in our day-to-day life, serving from various orbits like LEO, MEO, and GEO. We use space environments for national security purposes, Earth observation, telecommunications, including the financial transactions, internet, telephone, data transfer, television, and navigation. For example, we don't look anymore to the city maps. The satellite GPS is enough for everybody. So, and also we do the scientific explorations. Most of these areas are important to the nations, but more important to the humanity. Space applications bring state-of-the-art technological skills to the country, enhance the academical circles, suggest profitable commercial opportunities, and resulting wealth to the nations. Dear friends, establishing the National Space Agency is an important step going forward for a nation. Therefore, I congratulate Uzbekistan officials creating Uzbekistan to define the roadmap for creating the space policies in early stage. For example, I just want to give an example on my side and next to my colleagues. We launched the satellites in Turkey. We created the space industry, but established the space agency just recently. I'm sure our friend Mr. Yildirim will explain us better. And of course, I would like other space agencies in our session to explain their achievements, experiences, and just exchange your ideas with us, and especially to help our friends Uzbek Cosmos in their roadmap. To be part of the Space Club is not only for the pride of the nation, but if it is well planned and executed, the return on investment will be a great one. And I would very much like to bring your attention that space is for all, and not can be used for all, and can be used by all countries, not just only the technologically sophisticated ones. So now I would like to start our panel. But I can't ask our panelists to respect the time allocated our session. Please try to limit your speeches not more than 10 minutes, I hope. And thank you for your attention. And now our first speaker I would like to announce is Mr. Babek Oralmagembekov from Kazakhstan. Mr. Babek is the chairman of the Aerospace Committee of the Ministry of Digital Development, Innovations and Aerospace Industry of the Republic of Kazakhstan. After graduation from Moscow Aviation Institute, especially robotic systems of aviation weapons, candidate of economic sciences, he started in his career as an engineer at Khrushchev Space Research and Production Center in Moscow, working in several high-level aerospace positions in Russia and Kazakhstan, and developed director of the Department of the Development of Space Activities of the National Space Agency of Republic of Kazakhstan. And recently, he has been appointed, and I think the name has been changed to as the chairman of the Aerospace Committee of the Ministry of Digital Development, Innovation, and Aerospace Industry of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Mr. Babek, the floor is yours, please.
Спасибо большое, доктор Михаил. В первую очередь я хотел бы поблагодарить организаторов за великолепную организацию данного мероприятия и за приглашение. Мы с удовольствием приняли приглашение, с большой делегацией приехали и готовы рассказать, что делается в космической сфере в Республике Казахстан. Если говорить о космической деятельности Республики Казахстан, его можно разделить на 4 блока. Конечно же, это комплекс «Бallroom», производство спутников, это сборочно-испытательные комплексы и космические системы связи и зондирования Земли. Также научно-исследовательская деятельность, которая поддерживает все эти направления. Не могу не отметить начало космической, можно сказать, миссии человечества, которая началась с комплекса Ballroom, начиная с запуска первого спутника в 1957 году, первого человека в 1961 году. Очень много космонавтов стартовали с данного комплекса. Наши казахстанские космонавты тоже были участниками космических миссий. Это Албакиров, Мусабаев и господин Аймбетов, который является космонавтом Роскосмоса и является одним из активных участников данной конференции. Если говорить дальше в части космической связи, Казахстан полностью 2 спутниками обеспечивает стопроцентную потребность в телевещании и передаче связи. Более 15 тысяч земных станций, телевещания более 1 миллиона абонентов. У нас 2 спутника, это Кассат-2, Кассат-3. В части развития мы видим развитие создания спутника Кассат-3Р, это взамен спутника Кассат-3, запуск к 2029 году. При этом мы уже сейчас обсуждаем его технический облик и возможность его создания, возможно, совместно как с другими странами и с другими компаниями. Мы открыты к обсуждению данных вопросов. Также нельзя не отметить, что появляются новые технологии, называют иногда нетрадиционные, не геостационарные спутниковые операторы, которые активно сейчас демонстрируют свои технологии. Мы со всеми ими ведем переговоры, с 2 операторами в прошлом году провели демонстрации, и мы тоже рассчитываем, что эти системы в Казахстане будут работать. Самая главная цель наша, чтобы каждый житель Республики Казахстан получал качественную связь, несмотря на где он живет и где он работает. Имея обширные большие территории, мы не обойдемся без спутниковых технологий. Если говорить по дистанционному зондированию Земли, у Казахстана на сегодняшний день 3 спутника. Это Казюсат-1 с разрешением 1 метр, Казюсат-2 с разрешением 6,5 метров и спутник Казахстан с разрешением 17 метров. Особенность этого спутника, в создании этого спутника как раз во главе были инженеры казахстанские. Какие задачи решают наши спутники дистанционного зондирования Земли? Первое, мы с 2016 года ведем космический мониторинг для всех отраслей экономики, начиная с сельского хозяйства, так и завершая землепользование, нарушение законодательства в части твердых бытовых отходов, недропользования. Здесь важна особенность нашей программы в том, мы изучили нашего клиента, это государственный служащий, в первую очередь, который отвечает за соблюдение законодательства в сфере там, распределения или какой-то деятельности, касающейся природных ресурсов, это вода, лес, земля. Мы внесли изменения в законодательство. Также мы не только обрабатываем снимки, мы даем эту услугу под ключ. Получая эту аналитическую информацию готовую, он может уже на месте принимать решения. Здесь включается технология не только спутниковая. Обработать снимок – это одно. Дальше необходимо интегрироваться с базами данных, дальше надо делать полевые исследования, дальше надо в бизнес-процессах этих органов все это учитывать, чтобы они, применяя эти нормы, могли в суде выступать и выставлять некоторые претензии, которые могут возникнуть тем или иным субъектам экономики. В части, так как большая территория Казахстана, мы мониторинг посев делаем, землепользование, мониторинг пастбищ, мониторинг чрезвычайной ситуации, мониторинг водопотребления, недропользования, твердых бытовых отходов. Все эти задачи делаются, около 40 задач делаются с помощью космического мониторинга Казахстана. Насчет, если говорить о производстве космической техники, в Казахстане есть специальное космическое бюро, инженеры, которые принимали участие в создании третьего спутника ДСС, КАЗ-200 это инжиниринг, в первую очередь это инжиниринг, это проектирование, испытание и полностью под ключ наши специалисты могут запустить спутники. При этом на производстве есть также космической техники, компонентов, часть которых уже на экспорт наши специалисты отправляют. Также есть госиспытательный комплекс, который позволяет проводить испытания космических аппаратов до 6 тонн на все виды испытаний, которые необходимы для космических аппаратов. У нас на сегодняшний день обсуждается и уже практически создается Space Tech Hub. Та инфраструктура, которую я вам сейчас показывал, специальный компьютерно-технологический бюро, сборочно-испытательный комплекс, вся эта инфраструктура и все данные, которые мы накопили в рамках дистанционного зондирования, все решения, мы все это вместе собираем и создаем сейчас Space Tech Hub для того, чтобы новые стартапы, новые университеты своими идеями выходили, и мы готовы предоставить туда и трансфер технологий, и обучающие программы предоставить, и все возможные поддержки, которые необходимы для того, чтобы новые стартапы появлялись и выходили на глобальный рынок. С учетом даже коммерциализации мы готовы это организовать. На сегодняшний день создается такой Space Tech Hub на базе Казахстан компании Алам. Также у нас основной партнер это Eurasian Space Ventures, частный фонд, который создан в Казахстане, который с этой идеей одним из партнеров является. Так что мы всех приглашаем как быть партнерами, так и участниками данного Space Tech Hub. Спасибо за ваше внимание. Надеюсь, конференция пройдет очень плодотворно. Всем спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Mr. Bobek, introducing such ambitious plans for Kazakhstan, and really they are doing all these activities. I've been there, and I like the way that they are doing well. So our next speaker is our friend Mr. Serdar Hüseyin Yıldırım. He is the chairman of the board and the president of Turkish Space Agency. Mr. Yıldırım started his higher education at Technical University of Istanbul. He had his master's degree from Technical University of Berlin for aerospace technologies. He has more than 30 years of experience in aerospace, most of which is in aviation. He taught for 5 years as a lecturer at Kadir Has University in Istanbul. He is the former Director General of EHMI, State Airports Authority of Turkey, and the former Director General of Aviation and Space Technologies by the Minister of Transport. He has been the president of the newly established Turkish Space Agency since August 2019. Mr. Yıldırım, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, distinguished speakers, dear participants, dear friends. It is my great pleasure to be here in Tashkent to attend this important event. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Shukret Kadirov, General Director of Uzbek Space Agency, Uzbek Cosmos, for his kind invitation to this important conference. Throughout history, Turkish nation has contributed to humanity's understanding of the cosmos, which is mostly overlooked, with scientists and astronomers such as Ali Kuşçu, Ulu Bey, Kadızade Rumi, Taqiyuddin al-Rashid, and Fergani, but unfortunately, we have remained earthbound so far. With the establishment of Turkish Space Agency and the development of our national space program, this is rapidly changing. Space industry, especially due to the rise of the concept of new space, has been growing exponentially in the past years. As the new space economy develops, it increasingly overlaps with sustainability in areas such as Earth observation, energy and communications. Along with that, sustainability is one of the more exciting and underappreciated subdomains of the emerging space economy. Space and sustainability could increasingly align, thanks to innovative applications of satellite technology and the many exabytes of data that space infrastructure will produce over time. In the coming years, these technologies could enable us to have a more powerful global view of climate data and environmental science. Those insights, in turn, can help enable a deeper integration of sustainability considerations into investment decisions. Navigation, communication, financial services, weather prediction. This is but a short list of what space assets offer us on a daily basis. Their positive impact is so significant that we cannot risk losing the benefits it offers, not even for a short period of time. To make the right decisions, adopt the right policies, and implement tailored and effective governance, authorities around the world must be able to harness the power of new technologies. The transformative nature of space makes it truly a game changer. Turkish Space Agency is only 2 years old, but we are working hard to keep pace with spacefaring nations in this new space age. In this regard, the National Space Program is developed, presenting 10 main goals for the duration of 10 years. NSP aims to make Turkey one of the most capable actors in the space field. Complex and demanding goals of NSP, such as moon mission, regional positioning and timing system, and establishment of a spaceport, will be realized with contributions by a wide pool of international partners. The proper implementation of NSP will benefit not just Turkey, but also neighboring countries and regions. These benefits include creating global partnerships by sharing challenging and peaceful goals, inspiring society and especially the younger generations through collective and individual efforts, and enabling economic expansion and new business opportunities. The new space program and the establishment of Turkish Space Agency are aimed at enabling the Turkish industry and innovation ecosystems to be vital players of the global space economy and increase Turkey's share in that market. As a sign of progress toward this goal, many Turkish space startups and technology companies, amid the pandemic-related lockdowns, have accrued inward investments, demonstrated progress in the R&D of space technology prototypes, began to form strategic partnerships with their counterparts, and made outward strategic investments in space technology, particularly in the telecommunications and remote sensing verticals. Turkish Space Agency has initiated national space program to assist space-related startups that seek greater support. Early-stage Turkish space startups are also seeking access to commercially favorable partners and investors from across the world, from other friendly countries. With greater private sector participation and Turkish companies' eagerness to join the global space economy, industry-led bilateral and unilateral space cooperation agreements will come into vogue. The space industrial ecosystem in Turkey is growing at a pace faster than ever. This growth will be further accelerated with the enactment of space program, a policy framework for the private sector participating in space hardware and software services, manufacturing and operations, and a clear national space vision illustrated by the presidency. However, beyond these domestic rearrangements, what will be of far greater importance is the way these efforts assist the Turkish space sector in engaging with the global space economy. This engagement will depend on strong bilateral and multilateral strategic space partnerships with the friendly countries. Turkey has a successful track record of using space affairs for diplomatic purposes. With a comprehensive expansion of Turkey's space capabilities, Turkish Space Agency is bound to increase the space-related diplomatic pursuits at bilateral, multilateral, and unilateral levels. After the recent space reforms, Turkish Space Agency is certain to use space diplomacy to bolster Turkey's outreach via joint industrial and economic partnerships, academic cooperation, joint startup ventures, acquisition of subsidiaries, attraction of investments, and strategic overseas investment. We want to grow and strengthen our relationships with partners across the world, working together to solve humanity's greatest challenges, forging new bilateral partnerships and expanding existing ones. Improving our bilateral relations will give us the chance to participate and contribute some of the world's most important commercial and scientific endeavors together with the dynamic and emerging space economies. We will work together with our partners to test new technologies, processes, and operations that can underlie the development of more advanced space capabilities. Before ending my speech, I would like to extend my sincere compliments and express my appreciation to the staff of Uzbek Space Agency on their hard work and dedication for the organization of this successful event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yıldırım. Thank you for this explaining what your achievements and the future of Turkey. Thank you. Our next speaker is from UAE, Mr. Salem Dutti Al-Kubaisi. Mr. Kubaisi, although his young age, he has a long experience, more than 20 years of public and private sector leadership in military aviation, security, and defense. He is now responsible for setting the agency's strategic direction, delivering on its mandate to strengthen the space sector and contribute to the nation's vision for sustainable economic growth and diversification. As he served as a member of its board of directors from 2018, providing critical oversight on operations and major projects such as the Emirates Mars mission. They have big, ambitious projects, and we would like all to listen to them. Today, he leads the agency's ambitious efforts to encourage the development of space science and advanced technologies, set relevant regulations, establish bilateral and multilateral partnerships, enhance national capabilities, and promote peaceful applications for deep space research. Mr. Al-Kubaisi formerly served as a board member with Abu Dhabi's Monitoring and Control Center, and then after he was with the National Commission of the International Humanitarian Law under the UAE Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. And he was also the Director of Nuclear Security at the Federal Authority of the Nuclear Regulation. But prior to this, he spent 5 years with the US Aerospace company, Lockheed Martin, as a technical program manager for Ministry of Defense, where he worked on avionics, radar, weaponry, and technology targeting systems. Mr. Kuwaisi has a bachelor's degree in electrical and electronics engineering from California State University, Sacramento, and master's degree in electrical engineering from the University of Texas, Arlington, and he is also an honor graduate from Abu Dhabi's National Defense College, holding a master's degree in strategic and security studies. Floor is yours, Mr. Kuwaisi. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the compliment as well. I've contracted the virus as well, so it's going to be more fun for me to speak to this, I hope. Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. At the outset, I want to extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Shukrat for the invitation, for also the Uzbek Cosmos staff and the organizer for having me here today among esteemed colleagues in this conference. The space sector is a key sector for driving scientific, social, and economic growth. In the UAE, we strive to utilize space technologies and applications to overcome different challenges that might arise during space exploration, as well as drive the growth of different industries to benefit our Earth and our society. The UAE's forward-looking vision in the space industry dates back to 1976. Back then, the UAE's visionary Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan met with 3 astronauts from the Apollo mission team. Sheikh Zayed played a key role in driving the UAE's interest in space and emphasized the importance of exploring space for the benefit of humanity. The UAE has witnessed many achievements and projects regionally and internationally since the year 1997. And we plan to continue and enhance these successes through the next phase. We too at the UAE, our commercial side started first before our regulatory body. As you can see from the slide, the space agency was founded in 2014, years after the space sector industry has become to be. Some of our major achievements include founding the UAE Space Agency, issuing the National Space Strategy 2030 and the Space Law, launching the first UAE astronaut to space, launching the Emirates Mars mission, owning and operating more than 6 satellites which serve different purposes and more. We are also proud to share the UAE's upcoming mission to explore planet Venus and 7 other asteroids in the solar system under the direction of the UAE Space Agency, which will serve as a major breakthrough in the history of national space technology. In this slide, I would like to give you an overview of the UAE Space Agency and its role. The UAE Space Agency is a federal entity which was established in 2014. The agency's mandate include establishing a regulatory framework, developing human capital, launching space exploration programs, supporting research and development, and promoting international collaboration. The UAE Space Agency's vision is to be a regionally pioneering national space sector that supports the UAE's competitiveness and stimulates strategic and vital sectors. Our mission is to face our national challenges and enhance the UAE's competitiveness through space missions and supportive and stimulating legislative environment. We ensure adhering to our key values is working toward our vision and mission, which are 5: leadership, flexibility, empowerment, sustainability, cooperation, and reactiveness. As we believe that regional and international collaboration is key for driving growth of the space industry, and building international partnership is one of our key mandates. We have signed agreements with major partners across the globe. the UAE also signed 4 main space UN treaties, including the Outer Space Treaty, the Liability Convention, the Registration Convention, and the Rescue Agreement. Apart from international partnership, we are proud to have launched our own space missions. We have 19 satellites in orbit, which supports various industries across the UAE. We also have 8 satellites that are currently being developed to serve different purposes, as you can see in this slide. We also have launched different major national space exploration programs, including the Emirates Mars mission, the Emirates Lunar mission, the UAE's astronaut program, and the Emirates Venus and Asteroid Belt mission. Here you can see the Emirates astronauts that were selected in the first and second batch of the UAE astronaut program. Between 2019 and 2022, the UAE has witnessed an increase in expenditure on space exploration, which you can see here. Government spending increased by 17%. The private sector spending increased for about 6%, resulting in a total spending of 11.7%. Our national space economy is growing at an accelerated rate. The UAE saw an increase of 226% in the number of Emiratis working in specialized jobs in the space sector between 2017 and 2019, which reflects the increased interest in the space industry. Over the past 4 years, the UAE had a 9 billion dirham commercial spending. More than 80 space companies, institutions, and facilities are currently operating within the UAE, including international companies and startups. The estimated number of total employees in the UAE space sector is around 3,100 employees. The UAE ranked the first in Global Entrepreneurship Index 2022. According to the Entrepreneurship Monitor, the UAE ranked the 9th in the world according to IMD World Competitiveness Yearbook and the 16th according to the Doing Business 2022 report. We are also proud to have a full ownership of commercial companies. In order to support the growth of our national space economy, we have launched the Space Economic Zone program, which is an integrated program to support the establishment of UAE-based companies in the space sector. The 4 initiatives that fall under the Space Economic Zone program are Space Accelerator Group, Space Government Services, Space Labs, and finally, Workspace. Through these initiatives, we ensure providing key services that support the establishment of companies in the space sector. These services include space companies establishment license, space activity authorization, access to financial solutions, networking and marketing opportunity, accelerator programs, and opportunity. As part of the program, we have launched the Master Space Economic Zone in Abu Dhabi. We are planning also in the near future to launch the next Space Economic Zone in Dubai, which will be announced soon. At the end, I want to thank everybody and for Dr. Ibrahim and my esteemed colleagues for giving me the time today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As I just mentioned during my opening speech, the achievements and the successes in space doesn't relate to the size of the country. So our UAE friends shows this as very well. Thank you. So our next speaker is again from our region, Mr. Samadin Asadov, the chairman of the Azerbaijan Space Agency, Azer-Cosmos. Mr. Asadov has been appointed as the chairman of the board of the Azerbaijan Space Agency since June 2021. Mr. Samadin Asadov held the position of the Director of Finance Department at Azer-Cosmos earlier. and he had various positions at other Cosmos and worked in finance, accounting, economic analysis department of the Ministry of Communication and Information Technologies. He graduated from Adaptive Strategic Execution Program jointly organized by Ada University, Executive Education at Duke University Cooper School of Business. He also graduated Strategic Management Qualification course held jointly with Ada University's Executive Education and Maastricht School of Management. Mr. Asadov holds BA and MBA, MA degree in Finance and Credit from Azerbaijan State University of Economics, and we know that they have good plans for the future. Mr. Asadov, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ilham Bey. Dear guests, dear friends, I'm seeing a lot of our friends here in this panel. I'm very much happy to be here in this beautiful city of Tashkent. And my sincere gratitude to the Shukrat Munawwara and Hosa organization for holding such a great event here. It will be my pleasure to present the Emerging Space Agency event, and I would like to take this opportunity to give an overview of the space sector in the Republic of Azerbaijan. We all know that space is a great power. In this century, we believe those who efficiently utilize space will enjoy the added prosperity and security, and will hold substantial advantage over those who do not. Over the past decades, the role of space and space technology in socio-economic development has continued to grow. In this regard, it's necessary to emphasize the contribution of space to our daily lives and the life on Earth in general. This is evident in the example of the NASA, the United States Space Administration, who is the world's largest space agency with a budget of almost $23 billion. The magazine, which is called the Spin-off magazine, that being published on an annual basis details how NASA-based startups and entrepreneurs transform NASA's innovations into cutting-edge products and services that boost the economy or protect the planet and save our lives. Today, emerging space countries are also benefiting from space technologies. The dynamic development of the space sector will double this market in the next 10 years, at level to $700 billion. Many countries are already trying to take advantage of space technology and to become a member of the space club. When the Cosmos was established some 11 years ago, one of our expectations was to ensure the information security in Azerbaijan. However, time has shown that the benefit of space is not limited to the security only. It's also been an achievement of our country's socio-economic development goal. We have been investing in space in the last 10 years and now have capabilities as a premier satellite operator in the Caucasian region, operating 2 telecommunication satellites and 1 observation satellite. Today, the national TV and radio channels are being broadcasting from our telecommunication satellites and contribute to the elimination of the digital gap in the remote areas and use the stable satellite communication in all platforms and the ships in the Caspian Sea. Our Earth observation satellite, Sky, has been widely used in Azerbaijan for 8 years in agriculture, ecology, tourism, and a number of other sectors. Especially today, Earth observation services making a big contribution to the great return plan that Azerbaijan government is performing after the great victory in the Karabakh region and the liberation of historical territories of Azerbaijan some year and a half ago. And of course, when talking about such technologies that support the country and the government, the international cooperation is having a big role. It's not a coincidence that today governments are directly involved in the allocation and implementation of the budget space program, as well as attracting investment. Globally, over the past 7-8 years, government spending on space programs has more than doubled from 42 billion to almost 92 billion. The second important factor is the international cooperation, because no matter how much investment is allocated, it is very difficult to talk about the successful space technology projects and the transfer without international cooperation. All of our space satellite projects that have been successful, especially in that sense, thanks to our regional and international collaboration today, as a Cosmos expands service geographically and cooperates with over 200 companies from 42 countries. It enables us to position ourselves towards as a reliable partner, able to investigate new horizons and enlarge cooperation with the global space industry. I think my colleagues would agree with me that building the international cooperation is very much different from the building a successful space cooperation in the local market. One of the biggest challenges that Cosmos faced over these years as a satellite operator was the utilization or exploitation of the satellite services, Earth observation services, and solutions in the local and regional market. The lack of knowledge and expertise, and also the low level of the technological readiness of our customers or users, were creating an impediment to successfully implementing the space programs in our country and to have the benefits of our country. So we have to teach our customers and grow with them in terms of the technological readiness, and also provide them with more innovative and hands-on solutions. And to that end, I need to also indicate that that was done with the support of our international partners. I'm seeing a lot of our friends from the Europe and United States here that supported Azerbaijan space program over these years, and with their support, now the country is very much benefiting the space technology. For instance, the Center of the Geographical Information System has been established in the Cosmos. Nowadays, this center is changing the local perception of the satellite market and expanding its services to regional and international level. We are now providing specific and tailor-made solutions and products in the field of agriculture, ecology, environmental protection, rather than selling the raw data satellite images. For example, using satellite imagery, we are continuously monitoring and preparing the crop production map and present our finding forecast to the stakeholders, at the end of which helps government to build a data-driven policies. Our activities over the last 11 years have given us a good idea of where we will continue in the future. Inspired by these lessons and the rapid development of the space industry in general, we have formed our goals and objectives for the coming years. Now, as a space agency of the Republic of Azerbaijan, our goal is in the coming years to contribute to the socio-economic development of our country, to ensure the sustainability of the space economy, to expand international cooperation, and to create a national space ecosystem. To achieve these goals, we are working in two key factors: building successful space diplomacy and attracting investment. I truly believe that today's meeting will serve a solid base for building mutual beneficial collaboration in that sense. And at the end, I also want to note that next year there will be an International Astronomical Congress in the city of Baku, and as a host organization of this Congress, we would be very much happy to see you in our capital city and to further discuss our cooperation. Thank you for listening, and thank you for the host organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Asado. mean, it shows, Azerbaijan shows us in a short time what kind of successes can be done in the region, and I'm honored to be part of at the beginning of this Azerbaijan space businesses. We will just make a small change in our program, and we will skip and put our friend from Uzbekistan the last word. I just switch to the next speaker, Mr. Christophe Pierre. He is the director of the Monaco Space Agency, our colleague. So Mr. Pierre gets his telecommunication engineering diploma in the 90s and began his career in Monaco telecommunication operator, Monaco Telecom. As Deputy Technical Director, he has been involved in the introduction of new country code 377 separated from France in '96 and launch of the ADSL in Monaco. He has been also appointed as the project manager of several international contracts like Kosovo, Afghanistan, network deployments. And also he has the experience and set up the Network Operations Center and as part of India Gateway Consortium, built the Monaco segment for Mumbai-London submarine cable. He joined Monaco government, where he has been appointed head of electronic communications regulator under his mandate. Its national operator set up 5G and fiber networks on the whole territory. But he is here as the space agency, which was newly established. And as the space activities perspective, he selected us, I should say, SSI, Space Systems International Monaco, MonacoSat, as the satellite operator for the Monaco orbital position for 52° east, which has been brought into use in 2015 with the Thales built satellite launched by SpaceX, the first Monaco satellite, MonacoSat 1, which is now a joint project with Turkmenistan. He has also been involved in LEO satellites with Orbital Solution Monaco, which put in place in 2019 with this first satellite. And he took the lead of the Bureau des Affaires Spatiales, which is the Monaco Space Agency, since September 2021.
Thank you, Nani. Excellency, Ministry, General, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all. Many thanks for organizing the Space Technology Conference 2022, inviting me and welcoming us to Tashkent. It's a great conference here. So yes, we've just been created in September 2021, so the youngest space agency here in the room. But our space journey has begun since now 12 years in Monaco, because already in 2000 we welcome you in with Research Society to develop satellites for a joint venture between France and Turkey. But the space now is more affordable for newcomers, startups, with the new space that explained at the Turkish agency. So we are now involved directly for this space activity, and we all need to work on that. So also, you know that collaboration, coordination is a key factor in the space industry. So here, I'm here to establish partnership for that, to create some programs together, because our Serene Highness Prince Albert II is a visionary for climate change and wants to be involved, and what can the space industry can afford for having clear data for climate change and what is going to be the next year for the Earth. So space industry already offers us telecommunications since several years, and we developed several programs with Hilton, joint venture with Turkmenistan for our first satellite. But next satellites is coming in the next few years. And we have seen several societies in Monaco that now is able to build, to assemble in Monaco, nanosatellites, CubeSats, that can be launched, and already launched for climate observation, and offered to the scientists the data to have this clear vision of what will be the next years for our Earth. Finally, after 15 years, space exploration has again become a project for the future of humankind. And we've got some skills in Monaco that are going to be used for space exploration. I'd say we hope that we will be in the mission Artemis in 2024, because there are several challenges to address when we go to human expression, human mission, and for atmospheric mission. But we've got some patents in the solar panels, or even for the gray material we use to afford for the big player like NASA or ESA to collaborate for two successful missions in the moon first and perhaps further. As a space agency, we also developed some educational program for space activities, because we want to develop their skills in the schools. So we developed with Orbital Solutions some specific courses for our young people that are assembling their own CubeSats and with specific, and then they launch for specific ones. So I want you to successful conferences, and don't forget to collaborate and cooperate for this space industry. Thank you very much.
Again, this is another example of what tiny, small countries can do. I hope there will be a good cooperation after the end of this conference in this community. Again, I would like to thank our friends in Uzbekistan and Cosmos to bring us here in such a nice city, I should say. Our next speaker is Mr. Amir Nadeem. He is the chairman of the Pakistan Space Atmosphere Research Commission, SPARCO. Mr. Nadeem is an aeronautical engineer with majors in aerospace engineering. Mr. Nadeem has spent much of his career in instructional research and development establishments and has varied experience in managing national research-related organizations. Mr. Nadeem is serving as the chairman of the SPARCO since September 2018. He also holds the appointment of president of Inter-Islamic Network for Space Science and Technology, ISNET, and the president of Asia Pacific Space Cooperation Organization, APSCO, from 2019 to 2020. I've been your SPARCO facilities a long time ago. I was very astonished to see your achievements, and I hope you will tell us your new developments now. Please, Mr. Nadeem.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'll be as short as I can be. It is indeed a privilege for me to address this gathering today this morning. This conference provides a great opportunity to look towards the future course of global space cooperation and the role of space technology in achieving sustainable development. I would also like to convey my sincere appreciation to Cosmos for their dedicated efforts in organizing this event to bring together space leaders and experts for exchanging ideas, initiate new partnerships, and enhance international space cooperation that will significantly contribute to the attainment of socio-economic development in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, Ever since the launch of Sputnik 1, space technology has influenced humankind in ways that were earlier considered unimaginable. In the past 7 decades, space technology has improved the quality of life on Earth. The economic impact of space technology is significant, not only in direct related fields, but in other sectors which use but are not necessarily dependent on space technology. The space sector results in productivity gains, commercial revenues, increased employment, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pakistan space program is an all-encompassing one and has progressed since inception and has contributed notably to the country's economic growth. Pakistan Space and Upper Atmosphere Research Commission, SUPARCO, being the National Space Agency of Pakistan, is mandated to utilize and promote the use of space technology and its applications for achieving sustainable development targets. With capabilities in design and development of satellites to effective utilization of communication and remote sensing applications, SUPARCO has been coordinating with national and international organizations for the development of space-based solutions in a number of areas. SUPARCO has completed numerous important projects in Pakistan and few other countries related to agriculture, disaster management, forest estimation and monitoring, environment, and GIS-based governance and planning, all of which are focused on achieving the defined sustainable development targets. Similarly, based on experience and expertise gained, I can very confidently state that space technology is a driver for socio-economic development in any region of the world, especially Eurasia, which is characterized by a unique geography, environment, and demography. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that space-based services in the following fields can be a rich evidence from socio-economic perspective. Firstly, monitoring of crops through satellite technology, use of advanced techniques for yield forecasting to ensure food security, and greater crop damage assessment after natural disasters and distribution of compensation packages, etc. Monitoring, forecasting, and mapping of various natural hazards and damage assessment to affected areas, sharing of data and expertise through various international and regional forums like UN Spider and UNSCAP, etc. Monitoring of forest sites on regular basis to keep track of afforestation and deforestation, environmental impact assessment of an ecosystem, temporal monitoring of changes in air, water, biodiversity, desertification, etc. Similarly, carbon stock assessment and measurement of pollutants also yield societal benefits, as was highlighted by the last speaker as well. Serving the dispersed and remote population with TV, cellular, internet services is best possible through satellite communication. Associated advantages include tele-education, telemedicine, greatly improving the socio-economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, I must emphasize that there is no denying the fact that space activities have a positive and beneficial impact on everyday life and society. Space technology has become an unavoidable and necessary aspect of human life and will continue to be an essential driver for opening new domains in science and technology, triggering other sectors to partner with it for optimizing advantages to be accrued and achieve sustainable development. Bilateral and multilateral cooperation is the key to success. Nothing better than a regional approach. Not only it will be a catalyst for rapid development, but also reduce the requirement of investment. My experience with regional organizations like APSCO and ISNET makes me confident of this approach. I'm once again thankful to the organizers for affording an opportunity to direct on role of space technology for socio-economic development. I'm confident that this conference shall draw productive and pragmatic outcome. Thank you for a patient hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mehdi. Thank you very much for your good comments and the future of the Pakistan aerospace studies. Our last speaker is from Uzbek Cosmos, Mr. Muhittin Ibrahimov, who is the head of the Remote Sensing and GIS department at Uzbek Cosmos. He has been graduated from Turin Polytechnic University in Tashkent as BSc Computer Engineering. He worked in different companies like Polymer Group, Sequence Technologies, ICT Project Manager of Uzmobile, Head of Development Department of Uzmobile, Infosystems Branch of Uztelecom, Uzinfocom, founder of Sequence Tech, and now he is heading the Remote Sensing and GIS department at the Space Research and Technology Agency, Uzbek Cosmos. So, Mr. Muhittin, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, здравствуйте, уважаемые гости, коллеги. С вашего позволения я сделаю маленькую презентацию по агентству космоса. На самом деле очень трудно такая ответственность после таких ответственных наших спикеров. Они задали очень высокую планку. Я надеюсь, что как самый молодой спикер я смогу соответствовать этому уровню. Ну, во-первых, добро пожаловать в городе Ташкенте, в нашем солнечном городе Ташкенте. К сожалению, не такой солнечный сегодняшний день, но тем не менее теплым. Значит, благодарим за проявленное внимание и интерес к данной конференции, в том числе и зарубежных гостей, и наших коллег из Узбекистана. Как и было озвучено нашим генеральным директором, сегодня в Узбекистане идет процесс воссоздания космической отрасли. И я с ним согласен, так как в настоящее время поэтапно решаются сложные организационно-технические вопросы. Оглядываясь назад, хочу отметить, что необходимость воссоздания отдельного государственного органа по аэрокосмической деятельности впервые была озвучена в 2017 года президентом Республики Узбекистан Шавкатом Мирзоевым посланием парламента Алиму Альбису, в котором было заявлено, что в последние годы не уделялось достаточно внимания внедрению имеющихся стратегий значения аэрокосмических технологий, ведущей отрасли нашей экономики. В январе 2018 года все поручения президента были включены в государственную программу по реализации стратегии действий по 5 приоритетным направлениям развития Республики Узбекистан. В феврале 2018 года распоряжением президента создана рабочая группа, комиссия по подготовке предложений по развитию космических исследований и технологий в стране. И, наконец, руководством страны было принято важное решение. В августе 2019 года указом президента Республики Узбекистан создано агентство космических технологий при Кабинете министров Республики Узбекистан. А в сентябре 2019 года постановлением Кабинета министров Республики Узбекистан утверждена его структура и положение. Уважаемые участники конференции, активную деятельность наше агентство начало во второй половине 2020 года, после того, как было утверждено руководство и собрана команда. Главной задачей агентства стояло сформулирование четкой обоснованной повестки, исходя из социально-экономических потребностей и национальных интересов. Для этого со стороны агентства был изучен передовой зарубежный опыт, как в развитых странах, так и в развивающих странах, в в результате чего были определены ее приоритетные направления развития Узбекистана. Здесь я хочу добавить то, что Узбекистан, мы со своей стороны пошли немножко по другому пути. Мы начали от конечных результатов. Мы поставили перед собой задачу малыми ресурсами, малыми инвестициями показать большие рисковые победы. Сегодня агентство «Космос» является органом государственного управления, которое ответственно за выработку и проведение единой государственной политики и реализации стратегических направлений в сфере космических исследований и технологий. Как нам известно, космическая отрасль способна обеспечить реализацию любых разумных задач для принятия эффективных обоснованных решений а также удовлетворить растущие потребности в экономике, обороны и безопасности страны. В этой связи значимость агентства «Космос» заключается в активном содействии внедрению и использованию перспективных инновационных космических и информационных технологий для дальнейшего поддержания устойчивого социально-экономического развития страны, повышения научно-технического потенциала, укрепления обороноспособности и безопасности государства. Соответственно, определены с нашей стороны наше видение, миссия, наши основные задачи, деятельность, цели. Хотел бы обратить ваше внимание на то, что руководство «Космос» одним из важных направлений космической деятельности, как бы технология, выбрало дистанционное зондирование Земли как инструмент, дающий значительный социально-экономический эффект в масштабе страны с относительно малыми инвестициями. Используя данные ДЗЗ в разных отраслях экономики, можно достичь решения разного рода задач. Например, успешно используя ДЗЗ наши успешные пилотные проекты, которые были показаны свою эффективность, вследствие чего со стороны правительства были поставлены задачи по их имплементации по территории страны в разных направлениях, в том числе по сельскому хозяйству, по лесному хозяйству, по землеустройству и тому подобное. Важной вехой стало проведение презентации президента Республики Узбекистан 24 декабря по деятельности агентства «Космос». В частности, с нашей стороны была презентована технология космического мониторинга в разных отраслях экономики, и по поручению президента по итогам презентации была поставлена задача по внедрению в кратчайшие сроки государственного космического мониторинга в отраслях экономики Республики Узбекистан. Соответствующий указ президента, указ постановления президента, внесен правительство по согласованию с Министерством ведомости. Вкратце, если рассказывать про космический мониторинг, то его направление, в принципе, до этого мои коллеги рассказали, я тоже несколько слов добавлю. Это возможность проведения космического мониторинга в сельском хозяйстве, инвентаризация, учет, мониторинг земельных отношений, выявление законных построек территории, выявление незарегистрированных объектов и общей инвентаризации, геология, выявление, мониторинг зон добычи, определение нарушений лицензионных границ. И экология. Это сейчас стоит у нас глобальный вопрос, это по защите экологии, это оценка экологических катастроф и анализ средств защиты окружающей среды. Ну и, конечно, лесное хозяйство, расчет запасов древесины, площади лесов, выявление незаконных вырубок. И, конечно, в чрезвычайной ситуации с нашей стороны идет процесс мониторинга. Первый проект, который мы запускаем, это значит, космический мониторинг термальных аномалий на всей территории страны, где мы сможем заранее предугадывать именно с точки зрения космических технологий, мониторинга термальной точки и выявлять пожары на их начальной стадии. Это все выливается в так называемый государственный космический мониторинг, о котором я ранее сказал, соответствующий проект указов постановления президента и внесены правительство согласования с Министерством ведомости. Государственный космический мониторинг будет поэтапно внедряться в таких отраслях, как сельское, водное и лесное хозяйство, МЧС, геология, экология, транспорт и земельных отношений. Главная задача космического мониторинга является содействие государственным органам решения возложенных на них отраслевых задач, в том числе по инвентаризации, учету, контролю, мониторинга и планированию. Здесь Космос выступает как орган содействия, помогающий государственным ведомствам в решении их отраслевых задач. Мы выступаем как орган помощи предоставлением более достоверных, независимых данных для их дальнейшей обработки. Следующее направление, по которому мы активно работаем, это уже совместно с Министерством коммуникационных технологий. Это вопрос развития спутниковой связи как полноценный сегмент коммуникации и инфраструктуры. Спутниковая связь активно развивается во всем мире, и Узбекистан должен оставаться в этом направлении. Мы, понимая значимость и плюсы этих технологий, а это возможность покрытия доступных зон, симулирование использования цифровых технологий, ну и в целом есть подытожить сокращение цифрового неравенства в стране. Как ранее сказано, есть ряд компаний, которые предоставляют данные услуги. Мы сейчас в активном контакте с многими из них, как и по геостационару, по среднему и малым объектам. И данная технология будет поэтапно внедряться в Узбекистане. Очень большое внимание мы также уделяем разработке нормативных правовых актов и стандартов. Исходя из международного опыта наших соседних стран, мы поняли, что значит, создания регуляторики является основополагающим фактором для дальнейшего развития данного индустрии. Соответственно, с нашей стороны идет разработка закона космической деятельности. Мы этапно будем работать над обновлением существующих правил, механизмов, внутриотраслевых документов международного уровня и национального уровня. Разработка положений, стандартов, регламентирующих космическую деятельность внутри Республики Узбекистан. С нашей стороны идет вопрос разработки концепции развития космической отрасли Узбекистана до 2030 года и государственной программы по развитию космической отрасли Республики Узбекистан до 2030 года. Ну и дальнейшее наше развитие, оно, соответственно, связано с выполнением практических задач, которые будут возложены или уже возложены на Узбеккосмос агентство. Соответственно, в этой связи при Узбеккосмос планируется открытие центра космического мониторинга и информационных технологий, который будет именно заниматься практической реализацией вышеупомянутых задач, которые я до этого презентовал, в том числе по задачам государственного космического мониторинга. И, естественно, очень часто нам задают вопрос, как агентству, будет ли у Узбекистана свой спутник, когда мы его запустим. На этот вопрос я могу ответить утвердительно, но мы много раз рассказывали насчет этого, мы идем планомерно, пошагово, мы сторонники рационального подхода к этой задаче. Мы исходим от обратного. Нужно понять потребности рынка, нужно его развить, и после этого уже переходить к большим инвестициям в инфраструктуру, потому что такого рода проекты, такого рода инвестиции, они большие, и они должны быть всегда обоснованными и рационально используемы. Но наши планы, которые мы объявили в нашей государственной программе, у нас запланировано, значит, запуск собственной группировки спутников ДЗЗ сверхвысокого разрешения до 2028 года. Мы к этому пришли, исходя из уже из опыта, который мы, из анализа, который мы провели за эти последние 1,5 года, мы понимаем уже реальные потребности страны. Кроме этого, мы уделяем большое внимание поддержке частных инициатив и развитию частного сектора, потому что само агентство не может быть единоличным или единым игроком на рынке. Наша задача именно развивать сам рынок. Рынок космоса, он не может быть ограничен только Узбекистаном, соответственно, это международный рынок, и мы очень активно будем поддерживать как внутринациональные инициативы, так и приглашаем иностранных партнеров, инвесторов для работы на территории нашей страны. В этой связи агентство совместно с технопарком Инном запустило программу бизнес-инкубации. Наша задача собрать людей, которые заинтересованы работать в этой сфере, имеют бизнес-идеи, видение таких направлений, как обработка спутниковой сети, ГИС-системы, навигационные решения, IoT, компоненты субсистемы, БПЛА-системы противодействия БПЛА. Поддержка со стороны агентства будет заключаться в менторстве, в доступе к инфраструктуре, к данным агентства Узбеккосмоса. Важно также развивать механизм подготовки и переподготовки кадров, особенно вовлечение молодежи, повышение интереса к космическим технологиям. В этом направлении мы инициировали проект, называется Space Camp. Это образовательный лагерь активного отдыха для детей и подростков с космической математикой и систем обучения. Это задача поставлена агентство для того, чтобы популяризировать и повышать интерес молодежи к обучению в научно-инженерных областях, расширение кругозора, всестороннее развитие молодежи. Мы считаем, что чем больше людей с малых лет будут вовлечены в эту отрасль, тем эффективнее эта отрасль в будущем будет давать свои бенефиты стране в будущем. Уважаемые гости, руководители делегации, дамы и господа, желаю всем вам плодотворной работы, творческих результативных дискуссий, активного оптимизма и проведения дружеских контактов. Надеемся, что удастся создать условия для конструктивного диалога и обмена опытом и мнений между участниками конференции, которые станут местом для дальнейших интересов и плодотворных встреч. Уверены, что результаты конференции будут полезны всем ее участникам, как и международным, так и нашим госорганам, а предложенные рекомендации найдут свое применение в дальнейшей практической деятельности каждого из нас. Всем крепкого здоровья, благополучия и новых творческих свершений. Спасибо большое за внимание.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think these are all ambitious plans for the future.
wish and support you all in this, your plans. Dear gentlemen, our friends, this is the end of presentation of our speakers, but I would like to give some time to you to the floor. If you have any question that we are hoping to answer, and our friends, any question or any requirements? And by the way, I just want to say also we have an astronaut in our floor here with us. I know I met with him earlier, and there are several one, but he has been one in the space. He saw our Earth from the space with his eyes. Beside him, I met all, and I would like to say thank you to participate to us here. Thank you for coming. Any question, or may I ask our friends if you would like to make any comments? Because really, this platform, I expect that only now that in the next 2 days to come together, to exchange our ideas, and even to create some new cooperations, collaborations, because Tashkent, Central Asia is very important, huge land, and they really need the space technology to improve not only the lifetime, to bring the technology and the digital communication to their population, but also for the security, for the government communications, and for environmental control of the environment is very, very important. So I really encourage all of you, since you are in this sector, to cooperate and hope to create a livable, nice Earth, land for our future and for our friends and the children. Thank you very much.
yozganimga ham o'zim xursand bo'ldim. Maza qilib. Qaysi bilib miyaga chidaman. Bola chaqa bilan gaplashib, umuman darajadagi mana edi, bolalarim bilan gaplashsam ham hayot ishda turardi. Hayot ishdalik, u nima deyotganini ha deb qo'yman deb, eshityapsizmi deydi. Gapiraver deb qo'ydim, hayot yo'lida turardi. Dedim, shosh edi. Zombi bo'lib qoldi-da. Zombi ekan. 30 yıl yürüp bana şu formanın 30 yıl. Kaç kaç oldu?
28.
Kandiler.
Ha.
Ha.
20. Sentabr kelindi, kalendar 22 bo'ladi.
Ha, sizga qanaqa bilan 28? Evveliki kalendar 30.
Bo'lmasa 50 bo'lib ketgan.
40 dan. 40 atrofida. Men yüzüm ya 32 yıl kalıp. O'zi kalendar 30.
Hisoblayvergansan 4 million atrofida.
Mana kechagina bir pensioner bizdan chiqib ketganlar borda. Oyda bir marta, ikki marta gap o'tirib turamiz, o'tirish qilib turamiz. Kecha o'tirdik. Shanba kuni o'tirib, naqlay qildik. Hisoblab analyapti. Ishlayapsan ekan deydi. 4 millionga ishlayapsan ekan deyapti. İşte anaqa uchun sog'liq uchun 4 million ishlayapsan. Qolgani unda pensiya deydi. Hali oylada o'tashayapti. Qancha oladi? 9 ya 9,5 atrofida. Ana o'sha 4-5 atrofida ishlayapsan ekan. Tashqarida ham shuni topasan. Qolasan. Yana uchun kundosh o'tishadi. O'tishni rejimda ishlayapmiz. Bu uyga kelmay qo'yganlar mana shu bilasizmi? 2 yildan beri Toshkentga kelmay.
Siz demokrat ekansiz. Edingiz yana. Ha, masalan 8 uyga bo'lsa 11-12 ga turadi. Burası Androp'taydı. Yani hayır burası Aminli burası. Burası yani Kigan'dan bu. Ya o'zi
Mana oxirgisi o'zi ham nima qildi?
Alo. Assalomu alaykum Rustam aka. Hozir boraman. 10 minutda bo'lamiz.
Yo, bo'lmaysiz, bormang. Uzat.
Boring.
Mayapti.
Birinchi qastov bo'lgan
qanday anaqa
aytdim.
Qanday anaqa Raspоряжение chiqardimi?
Ha, rasmiy chiqargan.
Raspоряжение chiqardimi siz?
Ha, borib birinchi gaplashib
Rapportga qo'yib qo'ydimmi?
Raport yoz. Tashladimni. O'tishga chiqaman. O'tishga chiqmaysan. Mana raport. Kecha o'tgan kun shunaqa telefon ham olganimda.
Men telefon qildim, o'lik
baqiga telefon.
ko'rmaydi. Bezvuk deb edi, al deydi.
Ya bezvukda turibdi. Bezvukda
hozircha
qo'yib qo'yibdi bolalar.
Hozircha. Bugun ertalab. Ertalabdan beri keldik, tezroq kelaylik, bir kiraylik. Birgalikka deganlar. Ko'tarmadingiz. Nima uchun ko'tarmadingiz? Ah, razvedka.
Borib kelay mana.
Kelasizmi? Sadala telefon qilyapti kecha. Ilgari kun telefon qilyapti. Qayerda dedim, bir joyda aytdim. Rojon aka dedi. Nima bo'ldi dedi. Menga ishni qo'ying, nasa qilib dam olyapman dedi. Ya bular dedi, bular mana Rustamboy bilan gaplashdim, bular biznes ish qilyapti dedi. Meni ham jo'natishmoqchi. Xursand bo'lib ketdingsan,
Rustamboy. Qarray qadar salaka.
Yo'q, Rustamboy. Gaplashdim dedi, Jihuga.
Juchum Sabulloy Juhu.
Sabulloy. Safay. O'sha yoqda gaplashdim. Rustamboy kelov deb aytdi dedi. O'sha yoqqa ketyapman, o'sha yoqqa anaqa qilaman dedi. Men bu yerdan anaqa qilishmoqchi. Xursand bo'lmaysan? Men kitob hali yozsan dedi. Men-ku mayli bilib, yoshingga qarab
Juhuga nashlab bakan.
Ha, hozir kecha
Saminjanov временно исполнитель обязанностей. Ну, приказом начальник Juhu bo'ldi. Bir yil допуск. Undagi shirgan bo'lsa ham necha bo'ldi?
Bitta yo'lga qo'yib olsa. Kecha Ikronjon telefon qilib, Rustamboy aytdi, kelamiz deb so'radi. Rustam dedim, borsam men birinchi kuni men sizga aytgan bo'lardim. Uje bo'ldi. Forma uje astal yetadi.
Menda kontraktim 1,5 yil. 2023 mart 2024 tugaydi. Mart. Men ketaman.
Ну,
hozir xizmat chiqsam agar men borib siradim. 24
kalendar.
24.
Yana
Ligotni bilan sizdan ko'p. 36 yil.
Ko'p zadvan
Bundan ko'p bo'lolmaydi, bundan ko'p bo'lolmaydi.
Nechtasi? Necha?
40dan oshdi.
Ha. 36 yil.
Go'zadvoy mana qancha yurgan.
Go'zadvoy qilib ketgan.
Mana shu So'birda go'za paltarada yurdik So'birda.
Yo'q, men faqat tashda sakirib go'zada bo'lib yurgan.
Yani menga u yoq kalendar уже men 30 yil. Ya,
Kalendar 24 уже oshib 75 yo'q, уже u yoqdan yuz bermaydi. Уже u yoqda. Qancha chiqadi pensiya? Sanab berishdimi?
4,5 atrofida.
Nima to'g'ri? Mixail Nikolaevich bilan 5 million 800 olyapti. Yo'q. 5 million 600.
Men bilmayman. Hozir mana oydan yana oshibdi pensiya.
Xursand bo'lsam sizlarga o'xshaydi. Bizga o'xshaydi. Yo'q, eskisini emas. Kecha ko'rgan сколько pensiya получается? 5 million 600.
Bilmayman endi yana 12 anolari ham qilaman deb
hech narsa qilgani yo'q. Hal turib.
Kim biladi nimasini qilishgan.
Ular mani kompyuterimga tiqqan o'sha hal turibdi, bechora keladi mendan so'raydi, olib ketadi, yana qaytib keladi, hech narsa bo'lgani yo'q.
Hali
ana uchastka bayoqda tam ligota есть. Да, этот nima ligota bor, faqat nima yo'q. Добавление. Денежка компенсация.
Kim biladi? Kosmos bu o'sha o'tgan safar borgan joyimizdanmi?
Ne.
Hozir ko'chdim. Qayerga ko'chdim?
O'z maxsus impuls bor edi. Avval Goskamalborom bor edi, o'shani sal teparoq. Eski Goskamalborom joy.
Ha, bu onam tutuzidek.
Eski Goskamalborom. O'z maxsus impuls eskisi.
Lama o'zi poliklinikaga ketishdi.
Дальше. Nima tomonda? Hozir boshqa tomonda. Hamza metron yonida. Ana Mirzo Ulug'bek parkning orqasiga. GPS где стоит там. O'z GPS. Park bor-ku, mana shu parkning orqasiga, oldi tomonda emas, orqa tomonda. Yangi yo'l. Ana aytdingiz, nimaga tashlab beradi, lokatsiyasini beradi.
So'radim. Variantlar har xil.
Bu sizga bu ish просто ermak.
Ha, конечно, menga anaqasi kerak emas. Men davlatchi.
Lekin bu davlat bunda
yo'q, davlatchi. Sizda da ishladim.
Stulchilar zo'r. Shunga не знаю, что
qarab, aziyatim yapadi.
Men hozir nimani tushunib olgan?
Agar juda anaqa qilishadigan bo'lsa, tashlayman qo'ydim.
Yo'q, hozir nimaga kecha o'zidan mechanic gap chiqib qoldi. Mana shunday gap chiqib qoldi o'zidan. Ro'yxatdan chiqarish kerak. Nima upravleniyaning planiga chiqmasa bo'lmaydi. Chiqarishimiz kerak degan gap chiqdi, men rozi bo'lyapman. O'shanda chiqib aytibdi, men gapirimni o'zimga gapiraman. Men hozir o'sha zakladni yo'laman. Gadabov sabab kim bergandan keyin birinchi o'chirib ko'rib, uchinchisidan tayyorlayman. Gadabov foydasi dedim. Zачем он тебе? Он должен на мне быть. O'ziga chiqadi. O'shanga keyin menga влияние.
O'shanda o'sha chiqarish.
O'shanda bor. O'zi siz yo'qsiz shu uchun, так men shu paytgacha cho'zib yurdim. Endi o'z cho'zish kerak emas. Bu tomonga agar bo'lsa bo'lmasa, o'sha nimaga brigadaga borsa yo'q bo'laman.
Brigadaga desang, ma'qul tushunish. Boshqachasi bo'lmas. Keyin
vazningiz sizlarga o'sha pasport paydo bo'lsa, bu yomon. Lekin juda ham zo'r qoldi. Odam
o'zi hammani yo'qota olsa shunaqa bo'ladi.
Bir dokladni momental qilgan hayratda.
Gapirgan orqada ish qilganda orqada ish qilgan Mojon deydi, telefonda Mojon deydi. Rahmat anaqaga aytgan narsani qilmay qo'ygan bo'lsa kerak.
Keldim, buni
qayerda? Yaşandı günü. Yok. Nerede? Çok. Şimdi al. Ne oluyor? Bir şey borçlu gerek. O şimdi arana ya. Ona çok çıktı bana. Kim? Formela? Ничего, как? А больше фотки?
Я вообще видел. Вот, сразу. Красавчик. Еще выиграли лучший фото. Больше не бывает.
Завидует, да? Анекдот. Если здесь, то он гуляет. А если здесь, то он гуляет. Как можно говорить? Вот, ну и обоих. Понятно с вами. Походу с вами серьезно. يلا فينا الافلام ده سingardani sizlarga beruvdimi qoldi? Ha, shuni bilib ana qilib o'shanga berib qo'yib, so'rasam senga ana qilaman deb tashlab qo'yaman. Mana vaqtimga qarab, yo bugun ya ertaga o'tamay ko'ramiz. Gaplashamiz.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll start the conference in about 5 minutes. Пожалуйста, занимайте места. Уважаемые дамы и господа, начнем нашу сессию 2 через 5 минут.
Я почему-то ни одного журналиста не нашла.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats and about to begin. Дорогие дамы и господа, пожалуйста, займите свои места, мы уже начнем.
Good morning again to all our participants, and welcome to the second session of this Space Technology Conference. This session is dedicated to the role of Earth observation in sustainable development. We will have a very distinguished panel today, and distinguished speakers from leading companies from all over the world, who I'm sure will deliver fantastic presentations. And I would like to straight away to pass this floor and this session to the chairman, Mr. Ahmed Awadi, who will be chairing the session from company Esri. Ahmed currently works for Esri as a senior consultant in solution and engineering lead. He has more than 15 years of working experience with spatial data management. Ahmed was part of Esri's core development team, working as a technical lead and leading efforts for globalizing Esri's software. So Ahmed will be our moderator for this session. Please, Mr. Awadi, the session is yours.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you everyone, dear respected attendees. Thank you so much for having me and my colleagues for this conference. Thanks for our partner, Uzbekistan Agency, for facilitating such a fruitful panel and discussions about important topics as similar to the one that we're going to be talking about today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the topic that we're having today as a bit of introduction, and then I'm going to introduce the panel members that are going to walk us through the different technology pieces that they have. So we're going to be talking about sustainability today, and sustainability is no longer an option, right? Consumers and employees and investors are actually pushing very hard for organizations to dedicate different resources in order to make positive contribution to society, in line with the United Nations SDG 17 goals of the 2030 agenda, right? And personally, I think prioritizing corporate social responsibility offers a world of opportunity for everyone to do well, while it also does good for the greater good of the Earth and the global goals that we have. The new paradigm that is being offered by the Earth observation, or what we call it EO domain, brings open and reliable, timely and continuous sources of information for supporting and ultimately achieving the goals. To tap the full potential of Earth observation, the stakeholders involved, including the public administration, GIS officers, international organizations, NGOs, academia, commercial companies as well, must be made aware
of the tools and the data created by the Earth observation, of how to access and utilize them operationally, and of the unique advantages that the Earth observation will bring to them, such as the geographic disaggregation of information or the identification of hotspots, exemplified through urban implementation spanning the globe while allowing for local particularities. And today we're joined by a panel of experts who are in the forefront of the GIS and satellite industry. Before we start handing it over to the first speaker, I'm just gonna reiterate the ground rules that we have here. A couple of ground rules. So for the speakers, please try to keep the session for 10 minutes because we're short of time. And the next thing, we're gonna have a Q&A at the end. It's going to be open for you guys if you have any questions for any of the panel members as well. And with that, let's have the introduction of our first speaker, Mr. Ilya Yudin from Maxar. Ilya, the floor is yours, and then do the introduction. So we have Mr. Ilya Yudin from Maxar. He's the sales manager of Maxar in CIS countries. Ilya's responsibility includes sales, strategy, partner management for a range of Maxar products, and all the customer segments as well. Most of the business related to mapping products, including the standard imagery, the imaging mosaics, the elevation modeling, and the online products such as Secure Watch and Precision 3D, together with the virtual ground station and direct access. All these products are Maxar's end-to-end Earth intelligence offering. Ilya joined Digital Globe in 2013, and prior to that, he has a science experience at the Moscow Aerospace Institute. Ilya has a PhD also in optical science from Moscow State University of Geodesy and Cartography. So Ilya, the floor is yours for your presentation. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you so much. Dear participants, I want to thank you all to be here, and also to say big thanks to organizers in Uzbekistan Space Stations. It's a big pleasure to be in Tashkent all the time. And with that, I'm going to be switching to Russian, talking about Maxar and about the sustainable development goals. So, уважаемые коллеги, еще раз большое спасибо. Моя презентация сегодня будет о том, как продукты компании Maxar приближают нас к достижению тех 17 важных направлений, которые были определены Организацией Объединенных Наций, как наиболее приоритетные для того, чтобы преобразить наше будущее в 2050 году. Ну, в первую очередь, я хочу начать, наверное, с самой компании. Компания Maxar – это лидер в области освоения космоса, коммерческого освоения космоса. И нашей основной целью является развитие космических технологий на благо всего человечества. В данный момент это больше 4000 сотрудников, которые обеспечивают работу сложнейших космических систем, которые находятся как на орбите, так и на Земле, и которые позволяют получать данные о нашей планете, ну и не только, используя как раз все те наработки, которые были приобретены за время существования. Это более 20 офисов по всему шару, и мы работаем с конечными пользователями из 70 стран. Говоря про сектор дистанционного зондирования Земли, или как сейчас правильно говорить, наблюдение Земли из космоса, мы хотим подчеркнуть, что Maxar это лидер в этой области. Компания получает порядка 4 миллионов квадратных километров съемки высокого разрешения, сверхвысокого разрешения. Благодаря сенсорам на орбите, это очень известный сенсор, было получено полное покрытие Земли уже не один раз.
нашем будущем будет запуск новых 6 аппаратов, которые позволят получать информацию о Земле с пространственным разрешением около 30 сантиметров, может быть, даже больше. Но мы не только занимаемся съемкой, естественно, как вы можете понять, из этих исходных сырых данных есть возможность получения огромного количества деривативных продуктов. И здесь нельзя не отметить нашу большую программу по построению цифровой модели Земли. Это получение высокоточной информации по каждому пикселю, по высоте каждого пикселя на всю сушу, благодаря объективным данным, которые мы получаем с нашей исходной. Это важно, почему? Потому что за все время существования съемки мы получили общий накопленный архив порядка 125 гигабайт, который в свою очередь конвертируется в эти информационные продукты. И эти продукты будут служить на благо всех, в том числе и, если мы говорим про цели устойчивого развития. Немного затрону тему построения космических аппаратов. Это большая часть Максара. Максар строит спутники, которые не только смотрят на нашу планету, мы работаем над программой по изучению космоса. Это и роботизированные системы, которые стоят на Международной космической станции. За все время было запущено больше 300 космических аппаратов, построенных в компании Максар. И, в общем, накопленное время работы на орбите примерно 2900 лет. То есть это говорит о том, что каждый спутник практически работает по 10 лет в условиях жесткого космоса. Приближаясь к резюмируя нашу часть доклада, хочу сказать, что все продукты Максара так или иначе связаны с устойчивым развитием. То есть мы предоставляем информацию о Земле, мы предоставляем информацию о космосе, которая, в свою очередь, может быть преобразована в информационные сервисы для принятия решений. И здесь мне хочется отметить, что программа устойчивого развития Организации Объединенных Наций имеет своей целью построить лучшее будущее для всех. Ну, это достаточно, может быть, общие слова сначала, но они были конкретизированы в 17 темах. Конечно, все из них я сегодня не затрону, и постараюсь немножко рассказать о том, как съемка из космоса позволяет достигать неких результатов. Ну, перейдем к первой из них, это, наверное, одна из самых важных. Это абсолютная ликвидация нищеты на нашей планете. Казалось бы, как космический съемка может быть? На самом деле, благодаря новым технологиям появляется возможность взглянуть на проблемы общества с географической точки зрения, найти связь между теми проблемами, которые есть у людей, и с их, скажем так, местоположением на Земле. Это очень комплексная проблема, и благодаря высокого разрешения часть ее можно решить. Можно понять суть проблемы, суть экономических проблем, суть экологических проблем, и тем самым преобразить будущее для тех людей, которые живут в этих местах. Соответственно, съемка высокого разрешения имеет огромное значение. Мы представляем изображение с разрешением 30 сантиметров. Чем меньше пиксель, тем больше информации. Это важно. Соответственно, дополнительно подключаются новые алгоритмы, которые имеют возможность анализировать обширные объемы данных. Это искусственный интеллект. Мы раньше никогда не имели возможности проанализировать, например, целиком страну на предмет наличия тех или иных проблем. Сейчас это возможно, благодаря в том числе космической сфере. Следующей целью программы Организации Объединенных Наций это устранение причин голода. Здесь мне хочется отметить, что благодаря космической съемке мы можем понять, скажем так, суть проблем, связанных с сельским хозяйством. Благодаря суперспектральному разрешению мы можем выявлять увядание растительности на ранних этапах, когда еще глаз человеческий не может это распознать. Такие технологии, конечно, в будущем приведут к тому, что люди будут меньше нуждаться, в том числе и значит, никакое развитие невозможно без всеобъемлющего образования. Образование – это ключ к последующему благополучию любой нации. Поэтому хотелось бы отметить, что всеобъемлющее образование, конечно, должно быть также стимулом к развитию. И здесь Максар предоставляет возможность использовать наши данные в различных аспектах. Например, мы имеем программу анализа среды, которая позволяет изучить каждый пиксель на планете Земля через года. Это очень мощная платформа, в которой Максар инвестировал достаточно много времени и ресурсов для изучения того, что же было на самом деле на этом заданном кусочке. Мы готовы об этом рассказать и показать. Совместно также с программой UNICEF имели возможность предоставлять эти данные в школьные и образовательные учреждения по всему миру. Находясь в Центральной Азии, мне хотелось сказать, что проблема воды, конечно, сейчас очень важна. Опять же, используя мультиспектральные изображения, мы можем определять и картографировать источники чистой воды, одновременно нанося их на карту, так называемую OSM. Я думаю, вы все прекрасно знаете открытый ресурс, который, в свою очередь, безвозмездно позволяет использовать информацию, векторные слои, полученные с разных источников. Вот здесь вместе с консорциумом OSM Максар также помогает фотографировать в данном случае те места, где мы можем получить доступ к чистой воде. Ну и, наверное, таким важным также и завершающим для моей презентации слайдом будет короткий разговор об причинах и последствиях изменений климата на планете. Сенсоры, и мои коллеги, может быть, об этом еще поговорят, позволяют видеть изменения Земли. Раньше мы не могли себе представить, что планета настолько быстро меняется. Но, к сожалению, она меняется не только, скажем так, из-за антропогенных факторов, но в том числе и из природных воздействий. И важно понимать в самом начале этих изменений, к чему это приведет. Вот исследование Земли из космоса в оптическом диапазоне помогает решать проблемы, которые, возможно, помогает находить решения уже сейчас, когда, может быть, проблема еще не видна на все 100%. Ну и, наверное, на этой ноте я бы хотел завершить свой доклад. Еще раз хочу поблагодарить всех участников конференции и организаторов за то время, которое мы сегодня предоставили. И по всем вопросам прошу обращаться к нашим коллегам, которые здесь есть. Желаю всем удачи. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you so much, Ilya. Thank you for mapping that to the topic with the SDGs and everything. And we move to the next presenter. We have Mr. Kirsten Burenson, my colleague from ESRI. A little bit of introduction about Mr. Kirsten. We work a lot together. So Mr. Kirsten joined ESRI in 2001 as a project manager, a subject matter expert in the GIS and specifically in land administration, mapping, and national SDIs. He has more than 20 years of international consulting and management experience, all over the world. So Americas and the Middle East and Africa and Asia, he covers it all. So he's been working successfully with a lot of national governments to plan and design and implement the GIS and the geospatial infrastructure. Now he supports ESRI as a senior subject matter expert, overseeing the different strategic engagements. Mr. Kirsten holds a master's degree in geodesy and cadastral science from Al-Borg University, with a major in international transfer of technology. And before joining ESRI, Mr. Kirsten worked as an assistant professor heading up GIS and land administration at the Royal Agricultural University in Copenhagen. Please, Mr. Kirsten, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ahmed, and welcome everyone, and thanks for letting us be a part of this very important conference, and present to you some of the exciting capabilities with spatial technology. So I'm from ESRI, and we do something called GIS. We're very happy to be here among colleagues, and I'm looking forward to meet with you over the next couple of days. I'm going to talk about how we can help unleash imagery and help government work towards the sustainable development goals. I'm not going to go into the sustainable development goals. We are going to peel off a couple of layers of the onion and then show what's beneath it. With a world that's in constant state of transition, every day confronting governments with new and more complex, not complicated, but complex challenges, imagery and derived location intelligence have increasingly become a cornerstone that allows governments to understand these challenges and to meet them in a sustainable way by taking advantage of the capabilities of what the current technology has to offer. It supports governments. It can help improve livelihood of citizens. It drives science, and it is foundational in the development of the new space economy. Imagery, quickly becoming the map of the future, which is very important, can provide governments with insights into nearly every aspect of their operations, from urban planning and natural resource management to event management and disaster response, water resource planning, food security, to just mention a few related to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. But the problem is, at least until recently, the use of imagery was really limited by its cost and its availability. Agencies could tap into various libraries of satellite imagery and other remote sensing data, but they had no feasible way of capturing the process or imagery in response to their unique and working requirements. So although departments of nearly all disciplines understood the value of imagery, it was simply too cost prohibitive to use as frequently as they wanted. So what's the new thing? Well, bridging the gap with the integration of imagery and geographic information systems technology has removed those barriers and changed how governments can practically use imagery. Now with GIS, governments can access and capture imagery on demand. They can visualize it and they can analyze it and integrate it into everyday workflows, shaping day-to-day decisions and long-term planning alike. And they can on the fly generate information products, create situational awareness and location intelligence. If we talk a little bit about capabilities, peeling another layer of the onion, GIS is now a very comprehensive system for imagery and remote sensing. And we talk about 5 imagery capabilities that are fully integrated into GIS, so all imagery and other spatial data actually work together totally seamlessly. We can talk about management, which is diffusing and organizing of data, making it accessible. And again, when I talk data, I talk about all space. It's about the visualization and ways to integrate imagery into end users' applications. to enable the human interpretation of the imagery. It's about the mapping how you can generate data products as a order of mosaics and 3D mesh from sensor collected imagery. It's about the analysis. We saw some of that in the previous presentation, where you extract information from imagery, including machine learning, deep learning, and multi-dimensional analysis. And it's about content that clarifies all the data sources that you can use as input. So it's not just about imagery. We can talk about management, where GIS provides an infrastructure that will enable governments to manage imagery catalogs by integrating multiple images and data sources, from native to oriented imagery, and they can employ ready-to-use workflows to efficiently organize and securely store data. GIS can handle massive, or actually GIS today can handle massive amounts of image data being in the size of petabytes, like image cubes, and fuse all this data with other types of data streaming in from services, and like IoT, Internet of Things, like sensors, imagery from phones, films, and all of the spatial data. So imagery for us is not just imagery, it's also of imagery. We can talk about mapping, which is to produce maps, literally from these types of imagery, produce maps and create authoritative image-derived products such as mosaic, digital elevation models, digital surface models, 3D meshes, and it provides the ability to set up end-to-end production of maps to generate topographic maps, aeronautical maps, hydro maps for navigation, and other information products by providing data template and automated data generalization. And you can see some of that in the top row of the slide. Maps have expanded from being singular, from being a traditional map as we know it, and end products to actually provide the data that generates the map as well. Think about it this way, that all the data that goes into the map can also go into other contexts. It doesn't have to be for that map only. You can actually start to sell this data separately. Think about space economy. And it's all about building up that space economy. If we talk about visualization, you can visualize and capture imagery in real time and at scale for 2D data production. And you can map to automated enrichment of 3D features with 3D meshes, again from imagery. You can create an interactive digital twins that not only display photorealism, but also have a lot of information about the objects themselves. This is very important. This is the reason. And importantly, it can provide access to data or access and visualize data anywhere, anytime, on any device. Whatever device you have, you can pull this data down and work with it. And the movie you see at the bottom here that's running, it's really an example of a digital twin from the island of Grenada, which is in the Caribbean, where you work with the government to generate a digital twin to help them do governance. And it contains all the available information that they have for Grenada. You can see a simulation of it tsunami here. So these are kind of the things that we can work on. Analysis, over the last years, there's been an explosion in GIS and imagery, providing the tools where you can build a train model to extract and enrich data from simple image-based maps to oriented imagery. And you can integrate motion imagery, dynamic image processing. You can use point clouds to visualize large amounts of data, like we just saw with the Grenada example, do segmentation, and most importantly, there's a whole area of AI, artificial intelligence, to automatically derive image feature information, like land use classification, building footprints, you can see at the top, boundary detection, change detection, perform on-the-fly analysis, or build processing models to conduct sequence of analysis to generate information. So you can actually replay all this, you develop a model, and you can replay them every time you get updates to your engine. And then there's content to portals. GIS provides easy access to massive amounts of unified data, combining data from many sources that goes into the portal. And the point here is that if you don't have data right now, you can actually get different formats and modalities of data. And you can get access to that data from the world's online collections of imagery, terrain and geospatial information to create new forms of understanding and add insights and context to your operations. Like what we just heard before. Portals, for example, could be the Sentinels for Copernicus, or from Astro, we have the Living Atlas. And these are Earth observations portals, for example, which provides instant access to very large data. And I can't remember the number, but I think you do at least $1 billion maps a year at Astro into these kind of services. So it's just to give you an idea that there's a lot of providers. Already behind this and beneath all this is the geospatial infrastructure. And this geospatial infrastructure operates real time, and it provides access to data through kind of new geoinformation models that are sitting in models that actually can hold all this data. And it combines powerful visualization and mapping with strong analytics and modeling tools. The geospatial infrastructure are shaped, basically shared geospatial services. So it's a service-oriented architecture that organize two components for discovery and access by apps that can support all types of users. It is this infrastructure which enables governments to integrate all kinds of data that I just mentioned and abstracting them into maps and layers and scenes that can be shared across governments seamlessly and government organizations. So it enables to deliver powerful software not only on desktops or in enterprise environments, but also provides apps for collecting of data. So a lot of the things we just spoke about is that when you have all this data, you also need to round truth into that image. And GIS with the whole enterprise strategy can support that today. And it can support massive mobile deployments and web apps, web applications, recursive dashboards, and so forth. As you hopefully can sense, by combining imagery with GIS, the imagery becomes a map of the future. And in that, we all here today have big roles to play. So we're really looking forward to talk with some of you, meet you, and if you have questions, feel free to ask or get more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten, for the information about the technology that can support SDG and Earth observation and sticking to the time as well. Our next speaker is going to be David Ledoux, the sales manager from Airbus Defense and Space. Yeah, the floor is yours. So a bit of background about Mr. David. He's graduated from the Aeronautics and Space Engineering by study. He joined the Intelligence Program Unit of Airbus Defense and Space in 2016. And he spent 5 years working with a lot of bidding campaigns to deliver value out of data. He became the sales manager in 2021, and today he's in charge of sales in several countries of Europe, Central Asia, addressing multiple markets such as defense, security, agriculture, environment, energy, and even land administration and mapping. So David, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mohamed. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Dear hosts, thank you for organizing this wonderful conference and for the invitation, for being in front of you today, speaking about this very important subject, which is sustainable development. So, have you ever wondered what a picture of the Earth taken from space could bring to our life? So for sure, if your first answer is a nice poster, well, that's a start. But Earth observation is much, much more than that. It's all about empowering people to make decisions to solve real-life problems. This is what is about, what Earth observation is about. And speaking about real-life problems, I want to have a look at one of the biggest one of our era, which is climate change. And I want to see how Earth observation can bring utmost benefits to fight against it. So let's take a stake at climate change. According to the last IPCC report that has been released in February 2022, the cumulative scientific evidence is unequivocal. Climate change is a threat to human health, to human well-being and planetary health. Here I put together some figures which are quite self-explanatory. Plus 1.1 degrees is where we are in 2021. This is the average temperature increase since the pre-industrial era. Plus 1.5 degrees is the goal. The goal to limit global warming from the COP21 from Paris Agreement. And 2.7 degrees Celsius is where we go according to current states' commitments. This means that already 3 billion people are already very vulnerable to climate change, and mostly in developing countries. Besides, by 2050, 1 billion people living in coastal areas will be threatened by climate change. So still, according to IPCC reports, adaptation to climate change won't happen without restoring natural ecosystems, sustainable adaptation and development of cities, and more social and climate justice. So in this context, what could Earth observation could possibly bring to us? Here I want to quote Albert Einstein. No problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. No problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. So in this context, what does it mean? Earth observation is a game changer because it raises our level of consciousness. How? It brings objective data at a global scale with local precision at an unprecedented pace. And it feeds automated analysis that drive decisions making and actions on the ground. So remember what Peter Drucker said. Peter Drucker is called the father of management, I would say. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. So more precisely, we have a look at what Earth observation can bring to 4 specific areas. First, marine environment. It allows to monitor maritime pollutions and their environmental impacts, such as plastic pollutions or oil seepage. It allows to perform bathymetry and to monitor sea level rises. It allows to monitor offshore and coastal activities. Now, looking at forest ecosystems, it allows mapping of forest cover change globally for transparent and sustainable forest management, which includes historical forest area changes to measure, report, and verify policies and environmental impacts, frequent global accurate forest monitoring to raise alerts and detect hotspots, and document the size and the dynamic of deforestation to feed into direct decision making. For land-based services, it allows land administration and mapping to manage and protect natural resources, monitor urbanization, and plan infrastructure developments. For civil engineering and infrastructure management, for smart cities and smart infrastructure projects, it supports design, analysis, and management of critical human activities like energy, waterways, transport, communication, buildings, etc. Last but not least, sustainable agriculture practices protecting our environment. It supports the definition and assessment of agricultural policies thanks to crop mapping, crop acreage, and production estimates, for example. It supports the implementation of such agricultural policies thanks to automatic field delineation, crop identification, and advanced monitoring of biophysical parameters. It enhances extension services and advice to farmers to improve sustainable production, providing recommendations for well thought out fertilization and irrigation.
Finally, it protects farmers against climate change risks through biomass estimation and historical bare soil exposure for soil health and carbon dynamic evaluation. All of these contribute directly or indirectly to most of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as my predecessor mentioned already. Now, I want to be more specific, even more specific, and have a look at an ongoing concrete action already taken by Uzbekistan for sustainable farming, which is the geothermal project. So, geothermal is an 18-month pilot project over 3 districts of the Samarkand region, aiming at setting a digital ecosystem for sustainable farming and water management in Uzbekistan. So, it's been funded by the French Ministry of Economy and Finance, and it involves many stakeholders in Uzbekistan. From Uzbekistan, under the supervision of the Uzbek Space Agency, it mobilized the Ministry of Agriculture, the Samarkand authorities, the Extension Services, and the farmers. From France, under the lead of Airbus Defence and Space, this project is run in collaboration with 2 other companies, which are Airbus and Geodata, which bring together advanced technologies and state-of-the-art know-how. What is the aim of this project? The aim of this project is to adapt Earth observation, cutting-edge technology to Uzbekistan agriculture pattern, including a support to water management for agriculture. The aim is to demonstrate Earth observation value through the provision of satellite-derived insights and initiate capacity building toward Uzbek space agencies and Uzbek stakeholders with the aim of full Uzbek autonomy. It is made of 4 main components. First, geospatial statistics providing crop mapping, crop upgrade estimates, crop production estimates, and global water need estimates. Second component is farm evidence, automated field databases, automated field delineation, crop analytics time series, which will allow to have anomaly reports and detect in advance anomaly in the crop development. Third component, advice to farmers. This is why farmers are involved, because this project goes down to farmers, providing them directly crop water requirements at field level to prevent water stress. And finally, it's a consulting mission to support other use cases derived from all these analytics and wonderful images we have, just in order to support Uzbekistan in the agricultural policy. And geothermal, less than 3 months after this kickoff, has already delivered its first wonderful results. First, the field detection and delineation. The automatic field delineation model, which is made by machine learning algorithm, has been adapted to the local field pattern of the Samarkand region. The calibrating model has been applied to the entire area of study to create the field database, around 20,000 fields automatically delineated. The first land use map has been produced. Land cover mapping based on spot images has been performed by Geodata and Airbus Intelligence, and this first land use map over the 3 districts has been performed with an accuracy of 98%. The land use map has been crossed with the field database. The overlay of the land use map database allows to identify Uzbek winter wheat fields and to follow the crop development at field level as soon as winter is over. This means that satellite-derived advanced crop analytics can be clipped to winter wheat fields since the start of the vegetation after winter in order to monitor the crop. Thus, geothermal makes possible from the end of March to detect any anomalies in the development of winter wheat at field level. Last results the crop acreage estimates. Estimates and forecasts of crop area and yield are of critical importance for policymakers for the planning of agricultural production and monitoring of food supply. So altogether, this massive capacity of instant crop identification and management provides stakeholders with key components to implement agricultural policies and support farmer communities towards food security. For these, I will not get into detail, but these are the innovation used for this project. If you are interested by this project, know that we have a newsletter and we'll be here for the next 2 days. We have a booth and we'll be more than happy to have more discussion about that with you. I know our friends from Uzbekistan, I see some in the room right now, we'll be more than happy to exchange on this project with you. So, at the conclusion, geothermal will have a direct social and environmental impact for Uzbek agriculture, and it's directly contributing to 8 UN SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for the interesting presentation and highlighting the importance of climate change. Personally, I think that's one of the most important SDGs that we all should keep an eye on and take actions based on that. Our next speaker is going to be Mr. René Grisbach, the Regional Manager, EMEA region for the pre-sales in Planet. Mr. René, the floor is yours. Bit of introduction. Mr. René is the Manager of Planet pre-sales engineers in Europe, Middle East, and Africa, and the CIS countries as well. He holds a PhD in aerospace imaging and spent nearly 15 years of his career in the development of satellite image applications in many verticals. He led so many international research and development projects in Europe, Africa, and Central Asia, focusing on the use of modern satellite imaging technologies for sustainable development and climate change adaptation. And he also advised a lot of government organizations and ministries on best practices and effective solutions for information collection based on the geographical data. René and his team of remote sensing and GIS specialists are constantly watching out for the use cases and solutions where Planet's unprecedented combination of high spatial and temporal and spectral resolution can make the difference for the daily challenges of our users. Mr. René, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you.
So, добро пожаловать, дорогие гости конференции, участники. Я очень рад, что я могу здесь поделиться своим восхищением, новейшими технологиями съемки. Но я бы хотел поблагодарить организаторам конференции. Спасибо за возможность сегодня выступать. Как уже сказал, я работаю на компании Tenet, и это довольно молодая компания, съемки. И мы перед собой ставим цель обеспечить съемки всего мира каждый день высокого насыщения. И не раз было отмечено сегодня, что цель это найти изменения, что изменилось на нашей жизни. Как это работает? Мы используем вращение Земли и запускали в космос более 200 микроспутников, которые вы можете посмотреть у нас в зале выставки. И вот эти спутники летают один за другим и как будто сканируют весь мир линию за ним. И в течение дня по вращению Земли они обеспечивают полную съемку Земли, каждый день. То есть сегодня, завтра, послезавтра. Дополнительно к спутникам у нас есть группировка спутников более высокого насыщения, 50 сантиметров, и они служат еще более детальными тем объектам, которые изменились. Вторая группировка, она, конечно, не обеспечивает ежедневную съемку Земли, и нужно заказывать места.
Вы можете подумать, там вот столько спутников, это, наверное, часть нашего бизнеса, но это на самом деле не так. Главная часть нашего бизнеса – это платформа, там, где все эти данные собираются и где они доступны и работают для всех наших клиентов. Там входят у нас наши спутники, плюс другие спутники, которые в общем доступе для всех клиентов, как Sentinel и Landsat. Они обрабатываются, хранятся на платформе и передаются либо на интернетский интерфейс по Google Engine или через API в вашем приложении. Ну, конечно, данные используются в нашем платформе для разных аппликаций, разных вертикалей. Что мы предлагаем? В принципе, раньше это было так, я покупаю себе спутниковый стимул и работаю с ним, и мы немножко отошли от этой системы, и мы мониторинговые сервисы. То есть вы заинтересованы в направлении изменений в области, получаете доступ к нашей платформе и получаете все ссылки, которые собираются на этой линии. Также это есть таскинг системы, где вы заказываете съемку, но имеем еще преимущество. Мы собираем каждый день 100 снимков, мы можем из них лучше пиксель, например, в течение месяца, и создать из них хорошие мозаики без облаков, скорее всего, без облаков, без регионов и получается. И мы имеем данные, которые собирались в 2017, 2018, 2019 году, и они строят отличные ряды для изучения уже не состояния Земли, а процессов, которые происходят на нашей поверхности. И раз у нас есть знание процессов, мы можем тоже предиктовать будущее состояние этой системы. Ну, дополнительно еще есть разные аналитические функции, которые у нас на фоне появляются. И тема моего доклада сегодня, как можно с этими институтами работать для цифрового общества. Цифровое общество – это общество, которое имеет все информации, это инженерное решение, главное решение, потому что я знаю, о чем я говорю. И центральные инструменты будут такая национальная база данных, геопроцессорных данных, и наша система полностью подготовлена. То есть полный аксесс через программирование интерфейса, все стандарты, и даже есть интеграция в ведущие системы. Какие области применения? Сообщество полностью нормально. От мегаметрии до интересов, сельского хозяйства. Я хочу быстро вам показать разных применений, потому что есть столько разных, их все не показывают, а после вы получили идеи, что можно сделать в ежедневной съемке, например, для цифрового сельского хозяйства. Так вы получаете полное знание о состоянии людей, не только по полю как в целом, а для каждого крупного пикселя. Это, например, важно для того, чтобы ввести этот новый метод цифрового земледелия. Ну и немаловажный финансовый аспект сельского хозяйства, когда идет субсидии, получение и так далее. Всем нужно знать эту систему. Снимки также используются для мониторинга водных ресурсов, для леса, изменения леса, деревьев, для очаги насекомых, загрязнения воды, для мониторинга деятельности в водном мире, для мониторинга инфраструктуры, все, что нужно нашему современному обществу. И качество примеров, конечно, не Узбекистана, потому что мы не начали работать здесь. Хотели бы один пример из Москвы, где вот эти технологии показывали окупаемость за кратчайший срок. Я знаю, что в Узбекистане тоже есть такая проблема данных использования земельных ресурсов. Также там они определили столько гектаров, которые были использованы полностью и при наложении штрафов и повышенных налогов, они полностью рефинансировали свои инвестиции в новые технологии. Были разные нелегальные активы и получили земельные ресурсы назад в общий фонд. Больше специально по Индии, мониторинг сельхозресурсов в рамках И там особо проблема была нехватка ресурсов. И нужно было где какие ресурсы, как наблюдать. Вот и получилось так, что при получении новой съемки можно было и более эффективно использование сервисов, плюс обеспечение продуктов. Хочу немножко поделить еще время будущим развитием, тоже как молодая компания, стала развивается постоянно и тоже показать, куда дорога идет. Это опять новые условия высокого разрешения. Они были первыми в этом году в космосе. Если возможно, когда символ построена, 30 раз, что до 30 снимков за день на одно и то же место можно получать. Это получается каждый полчаса. Снимки можно получать в течение минуты, можно загружать заказ на свой период, в течение минуты получать снимки, тоже в течение минуты, используя телефонную студию. И нам есть такое довольствие освещения до 30 сантиметров поверхности. Другой проект, нам очень важный, это называется Carbon Mapper. Сегодня говорили уже о sustainability. Один большая проблема нашей индустрии изменения – это загрязнение атмосферы. И с помощью этого Carbon Mapper возможно напрямую мерить состояние и степень метана и углекислого газа с точностью 20 метров, пиксель 20 метров на Земле. То есть можно точно показать, какие загрязнения идут из какого источника. Вот это один пример, да, на предприятии. Мы показываем, какие выбросы есть. И это, конечно, тоже хороший инструмент для того, чтобы вытечки из газовых трубопроводов найти, так далее, если метан уходит, можно напрямую в глобальном плане примерно раз в неделю полностью все изменения обеспечивать. Третий продукт – это новые данные. Они позволяют, например, мерить влажность почвы. Я знаю, в Узбекистане это очень важная проблема, потому что есть проблемы дезинфекции. И устроить систему можно и назад смотреть на то есть там можно почитать, начиная с 2017 года, построить временные ряды и посмотреть, как изменилось режим влажности и почвы. И принимать необходимые меры, также предоставить и биомассу, то есть оценки биомассы и поверхности. Это один пример. Обеспечение, то есть информация о влажности почвы можно получать в 100 метров вниз. То есть 100 метров получать данные ежедневно, вне зависимости от облачности, сколько вода содержится в поверхности. С этим я хочу заканчивать свою презентацию, приглашаю вас на более детальное обсуждение в наш стенд в зале выставка и буду рад услышать ваши потребности и стараемся разработать новые предложения для вас. Спасибо.
Thank you, David, for bringing us to speed on the planet's latest innovation and also linking that to the SDG for the pollution and the other examples that we saw from all over the world. Thank you so much. And our next speaker is going to be Dr. Burenson, the president of international business in Head Aerospace Group. Thank you. So, Dr. Sun is a well-known expert with more than 30 years of experience in marketing and business development in small satellite. Currently, she's the president of international business inside the Head Aerospace Group. Before that, she worked as a director of international marketing of 21st Century Aerospace Technology and was responsible for promoting the complete end-to-end comprehensive geospatial solution covering all the way from delivering the satellite imagery to services all over the world. She also held a lot of important positions in several international renowned enterprises, as, for example, the Director of Marketing, Business Development and Sales in SSTL of UK. She conceived and developed internationally coordinated disaster monitoring constellation, DMC, and consequently she received the Alan Emil Memorial Award in IAF 2009. Dr. Lee, previous employers include a lot of other names like OHG System, Surrey Satellite Technology, where she was the Marketing and Business Development Director, winning the 2004 Women in Business Achievement Award. Dr. Sun, the floor is yours.
Okay, so the title of my presentation is Meeting Old Demand of Observation from Space. I think the previous speaker, like Ilya and David, already addressed how space remote sensing satellite imagery can support sustainable development addressed in these 19 goals. So what actually I would like to introduce is because actually China in the last 10 years launched so many satellites. We cover nearly everything and for every possible resolution and constellation. So I just want to introduce this capability to the audience to this conference. Okay. So, Aerospace is a private company headquartered in Beijing. We have subsidiary in France, in Netherlands, in Hong Kong. So we position ourselves to be the one-stop shop of imagery from Chinese remote sensing satellite operator for the international customer. So we are the first, the only and the worldwide image provider that can integrate multiple operators. So you can see we have the previous speaker, they are one operator, they represent themselves, they sell their own set of imagery services, but we integrate at least now 5 operators from China. So one, the first two is a new space. They actually representing low-cost, cost-effective satellite, and they build a big constellation. They eventually tap into 150, 190 satellites to be able to have for so daily high resolution coverage, or even with a satellite for weather. For example, CGSTL, so TV1 constellation, they aim to have optical sub-meter constellation and to have every 15 minutes targeting capability everywhere on Earth. And then they have one special satellite, it's called a scanner, and this satellite to provide 50 centimeter satellite imagery, but with 150 kilometers force. Currently, we already have 3 in orbit. Also, they have constellation providing during the daytime, provide video, in the evening, provide the night image. And SpaceT is a new company. They already have 3 satellites in orbit, aiming to launch 96 satellites to the SAR satellite, aiming to be able to have every now that released day and the night. Now we have 3 at the moment. This is a corporate. So the company, they are aiming to launch 28, 30 centimeter, 50 centimeter optical and the SAR satellite constellation. So currently, so this is still up to date. We have 5 satellites in orbit, going to launch 28. And the Golden Center is a national center. The objective of Golden Center is to demonstrate all the satellite remote sensing technology. So as reason in the Golden product covers all the mission, have spectrum, SAR, high resolution, medium resolution, stereo mapping satellite, also even is a geostationary remote sensing satellite able to take image every 20 seconds of the Earth. And then we have the operator from Ministry of Natural Resources. This is the ministry merged of 90 and the major resource management, the environment. So we have satellite for the environment monitoring and mapping. So you can see, and by the 2025, we're talking about around about 200 satellites. So this is actually, I prepared this slide in March. In March, we have 61 satellites in the orbit. Out of 61, is 42 is sub-meter satellite. And you see we can have medium resolution, stereo imaging, and then even carry we have 2 satellites doing stereo imaging and carry the laser meter and can get very accurate high information and make it 1 to 10,000, 1 to 50,000 map without a ground control point. Have spectrum satellite, also radar satellite, we have the C-band, S-band, also Airbus sub-satellite in the orbit. So this is updated information is things I prepared the last slide in March. Now we had 3 launchers, 2 on the 29th of April, and you can see 20th of April, in the morning, 11 a.m. we launched one 30 centimeter satellite, 4 75 centimeter satellite, and then 1 hour later, another 2 30-meter satellites, soon to be satellite launched. And then on 5th of May, another 50 centimeter, I said it's 150 kilometers worth, satellite launch, another 75 centimeter satellite launch. So these yellow color just show in the last sort of 10 days have so many satellites been launched. Just to put ahead aerospace in the competitive map, you can see we are occupied position in terms of diversity of sensors, the number of the satellite, and we are sort of standing up also, and we have the operator really emphasize on the new spaceport. So in the cost-effective side, we are very competitive. So in the 30, 50 centimeter, very high resolution platform, so the range, we have the same number of more than, so the number of satellites maxed out Airbus. In the sub-meter optical constellation, and we talk about in the 35 plus another 15, now we have 50 sub-meter satellite in the orbit, and compare with Technology and Lifestyle, you can see the comparison. And also, we also have all the SAR satellites, like Airbus, X-band, C-band, SAR, and already mentioned for the mapping satellites, and then ZY-03 and also GF7, they both carry the laser altimeter, so can measure the height to actually make a mapping without the ground control point. And I just do a brief introduction about this. We call a scanner. This first satellite is 136 kilometer small, 50 centimeter resolution, but the last 2 is 150 kilometers small. So we have one demonstration. We have just one orbit. We cover the 2 countries, and the Qatar and the Bahrain in the one pass. So you can see the zooming of the quality of satellite imagery. And then actually mainly using this satellite, 150 kilometers small, 50 centimeters, we already covered the Uzbekistan completely, I think it's 95%. And you can see the illustration, and this satellite can cover very big area with one strip. So only need probably 10 strips can cover the country. This is just an example of the image come down from this 150 kilometers small, 50 kilometer resolution satellite imagery is over the area we are holding our conference. You can zoom in of the conference or the safety park. And then I already talked about this constellation, you can do the 150 kilometer, so 75 centimeter resolution, but now you can target everywhere on Earth every 15 minutes. And you can see I have some red color, that's the satellite launched, because I'm going to do the demonstration. This is one demonstration we made. In one day, we take image of the border between Britain and Paraguay, and we did 7 images in the day. The previous satellite shows, and the summer satellite has already launched this demonstration. You can see we have 5-day image, 2 night image, and one is 9:28, and 15 minutes after, 15 minutes after, and 3rd image, and 4th image in the morning, and then 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then this is roughly 10 o'clock in the evening, then the other one 20 minutes, half an hour after. So it's actually that day we captured more than that. But the one night image, because the color is not good, so then you can merge the day image and night image together, you can do many new applications. So, and also I think because we have a lot of space agency in the audience, and we are providing satellite imagery, but also working with our operator, we actually also are keen to provide satellites to the customer. If we have a space agency, you would like to have independent space capability, we can offer very interesting product from the GD1 constellation. One is the sub-meter low-cost microsatellite. This one is 75 centimeter and with 70 kilometers force, and then actually with 600 megabits per second downlink. This satellite from the including satellite and the launcher and the insurance, we talk about $8 million. So what I'm saying is affordable if you want to, and so like your own satellite. The other one is actually we talk about 50 centimeter, and is GF0. This is just launched on 29th of April, but actually producing 30 centimeter satellite images. Both is this very using new space launch to divide the satellite very lightweight, very compact, suitable for the constellation deployment. Same time, the satellite, even small, they have propulsion, is for the constellation deployment and the maintenance, and they're using the CCD linear push from sensor like traditional satellite, and also they have a phase array antenna can take in the image and download in carrier. Okay, this is the sample image from this 45 kilogram satellite and 75 centimeter. And this is the image from this 95 kilogram satellite just launched on 29th April. It's 30 centimeter satellite imagery. And then this one is from Silverview, NEO 1 and 2. This is the launch on 29th, but this image captured on 3rd May is 30 centimeter satellite image. So it's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sun, for informing us about the different products that you have. It's always nice to see more eye in the sky that brings a lot of good things for our customers and help them with their use case. Our next speaker is going to be Mr. Ivan. So Mr. Ivan have a quite interesting resume and bio, and I'm just going to give a bit of a brief about that. He's the chairman of the board of JFC in Kazakhstan, Garage Satar. And forgive my pronunciation because I think there's a bit of local words. He has a work experience of over 26 years, and his background study is in the military aviation school and then he joined the service in the Air Force of the Republic of Kazakhstan, flying all sorts of aircrafts with a lot of experience there, and also a lot of training as well. From 2009, he had a lot of managerial positions in the state sectors of the Republic of Kazakhstan. He became the advisor to the chairman of the National Space Agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the director of the Department of Space Activity Development, and the deputy head of Information and Education Support, the deputy director of Space Research Institute, Center for Space Studies and Technology. And since 2012, we've been teaching at the School of Young Astronauts, leadership of the 3D modeling circuit at the Palace in Astana. In September 2015, as a flight engineer of a spacecraft, he made a space flight to the International Space Station. Very interesting. And also he was awarded a lot of titles, like an honorary title of Chevalier of Order, OTAN, and other titles as well. Since January 2016, he was appointed Vice President for Creation and Operation of Space Systems of Kazakhstan and Garaj Safari, and re-elected to the position again. And from September 2021, he was elected as the chairman of the board as well. So the floor is yours, Mr. Ivan, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Алейкум, Курмита Тестес, добрый день, уважаемые участники конференции. В первых своих словах хочу поблагодарить организаторов, особую благодарность видеть такой прекрасный город Ташкент. Приветствую всех участников первой региональной конференции по космическим технологиям. Наша компания Казахстан Aerospace активно ведет работу в области дистанционного зондирования Земли, сборки, проектирования и испытания космических аппаратов, создания системы высокоточной спутниковой навигации. Ведется разработка космической системы научно-технологического назначения. Как всем известно, невозможно управлять тем, чего нельзя измерить, как было сказано ранее. Казахстан Aerospace сделал значительный прорыв в области космического мониторинга, который, в свою очередь, вносит колоссальный вклад в экономику Казахстана. Мы представляем услуги также зарубежным партнерам в целях решения многих отраслевых задач и получения высокоточной информации для мониторинга в различных сферах экономики, в особенности таких как эффективное использование земель, недропользование, мониторинг нефтегазового сектора, построение цифровых карт городов, выявление и пресечение нарушений земельным, водным, экологическим, природоохранным законодательством, а также обороне и безопасности. Я бы хотел сказать про основные 8 направлений. Также хочу отметить, что для просмотра результатов космического мониторинга Казахстана Aerospace были созданы открытые геосервисы. Более детальную информацию можно получить на нашем официальном сайте. Космический мониторинг посевов позволяет регулярно получать актуальное состояние земли, плодородие почвы. Также позволяет выполнять контроль посевов на разных этапах, получать точные данные с любого участка с установленной периодичностью. В лесном хозяйстве дистанционное зондирование леса крайне важно. Оно осуществляется для того, чтобы проводить инвентаризацию леса, позволяющую выявить проблемы лесистой местности. Также в рамках мониторинга лесов проводится работа по спутниковой оценке вырубки лесов, лесного фонда и прогнозирования пожаров. Многолетний опыт Казахстан Aerospace по использованию гидрологии спутниковых данных оказалась высокой информативность и эффективность в решении глобальных и локальных задач оценки экологического состояния водных систем. На современном этапе космический мониторинг водных объектов и их водосборных территорий представляет собой регулярно получаемые данные ДЗЗ разного масштаба и разрешения, несущие в себе огромный информационный потенциал. Регулярный мониторинг позволяет отследить, как меняется экосистема под воздействием природных и антропогенных факторов. Также нами ведется разработка по созданию системы управления водными ресурсами путем внедрения информационной системы поддержки принятия решений. Мониторинг состояния пастбища растительности. Так как Казахстан занимает 5-е место в мире по площади пастбищных ресурсов, поэтому большой объем пастбищ используется нерационально, с нарушением предельно допустимой нагрузки. В связи с этим очень важно вести постоянный мониторинг Масштабный анализ уже сегодня возможен с применением данных ССД, позволяющих осуществлять одновременно охват больших территорий и передовых технологий анализа данных на основе машинного обучения. Вопрос рационального использования земельных ресурсов является одной из самых обсуждаемых и социально чувствительных проблем в Казахстане. Земельные ресурсы – важное национальное достояние, один из главных источников богатства страны и благосостояния людей, основополагающий объект развития всех отраслей экономики. Точность космического мониторинга рационального использования землепользования оценивается более 97%. Это достигается благодаря использованию наблюдательной базы геоданных общества, интеграции с государственными системами, земельного баланса, собственных методик и профессионализма наших сотрудников. Необходимо также отметить, что внедрение автоматизации при пересчете нагрузки и полной интерпретации с информационной системой квалификации сельскохозяйственных животных напрямую повлияли на качественную реализацию мониторинга землепользования. С 2018 года компания «Казахстан совместно с Министерством экологии, геологии и природных ресурсов Республики Казахстан проводится космический мониторинг, который на сегодняшний день охватывает более 50 населенных пунктов. Использование космической информации позволяет оценить характеристики водных объектов, обнаружить природные пожары, разливы рек, выявить места подтоплений паводками водами, а также в результате выпадения ливневых дождей в городах и сельской местности. С помощью информации, получаемой с наших спутников, существует возможность проследить за характером возникновения динамики развития обстановки в зонах чрезвычайной ситуации. Спутниковая система сверхвысокого пространственного возвышения позволяет осуществлять оперативный мониторинг территорий и выявлять нарушения участков недропользования. Сверка с кадастровыми данными позволяет оперативно выявлять нарушения лицензионных границ участков недропользования. Все данные о нарушениях на данный момент фиксируются в интерактивном портале. Ну, так как у нас время очень короткое, повторил те же, что сказали наши предыдущие коллеги, хотел бы также сказать, что в настоящее время компания «Turkish разрабатывает развитие несколько стартапов. Один – это Space Stage Hub, с инвестором это Шукрат Ибрагим, Space Stage, с нашими партнерами. Также еще один проект – это создание моделирования космического полета на Земле и создание Международного центра генетической информации. Спасибо.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aydin, for the impressive presentation. It's always very, I would say personal, but it's heartwarming to see the customers unlocking the full potential of the technology and taking it to the next level with many important use cases for their country and for their main purposes. Our last speaker today is going to be Omarov Mejidovic. So we have Omarov here. Yes, Ben. So Omarov is from our friends in Uzbek Cosmos Agency. He is the head of the department, and he had quite experience in a lot of IT positions, ranging from director position and a lot of management skills as well. So Omarov, the floor is yours to give us your presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Вначале своей речи хотел поблагодарить наших уважаемых гостей, коллег за въезд в Ташкент и участие в нашей международной конференции. И с вашего позволения я продолжу свою презентацию на государственном языке. Спасибо большое. Предыдущая презентация коллег Максат, План, Airbus, коллеги из Казахстана дали подробную информацию of skills and assets monitoring. Yuqoridagi prezentatsiyalardan kelib chiqib, O'zbekiston xalqaro tajribani o'rgangan holda mana shu xalqaro hamkorlarimiz, hamkasblarimizdan eng oldi innovatsion texnologiyalar O'zbekiston Respublikasida qabul qilish maqsadida bir qator yo'nalishlarni belgilagan. Mana shulardan ko'rib turganinglardek, bu qishloq xo'jaligi, o'rmon xo'jaligi, favqulodda vaziyatlar, geologiya, ekologiya, yer munosabatlari, transport infrastrukturasi, suv xo'jaligi. Mana bu iqtisodiyot sohalari Prezidentimiz tomonidan O'zbek kosmik agentligiga davlat kosmik monitoringi tizimi faoliyat davomida ham vazirlik qilib belgilandi. Mana bu iqtisodiyot sohalarida faoliyat yuritib kelayotgan O'zbekistondagi davlat organlari o'z faoliyatlari, kosmik texnologiyalardan keng foydalanishni, yarım masofadan zo'rlash ma'lumotlarini o'z sohalariga, tajribalariga tatbiq qilgan holda o'zlariga yuklatilgan vazifalarni amalga oshirishni, samaraliligini oshirishga biz ko'makdor bo'lishga tayyorligimizni bildirgan holda har bir yo'nalish bo'yicha qisqacha ma'lumot berib o'taman. O'zbek kosmik agentligi mana shu xalqaro tajribadan kelib chiqib, har bir yo'nalishda, har bir sohada o'z imkoniyatlari doirasida nimalar bilan yordam berish mumkinligi haqida qisqacha ma'lumot. Ya'ni birinchi o'rinda qishloq xo'jaligi, yuqorida ham aytib o'tildi. Ekinlarni prognoz qilish, holatini aniqlash, ekin yerlariga ajratilgan zonalarni aniqlash, monitoring qilish, suv xo'jaligida suv resurslaridan to'g'ri foydalanish, suv ifloslanishini oldini olish, monitoring qilish. Keyingi yo'nalishimiz yer munosabatlari. Noqonuniy egallangan hududlar, noqonuniy qurilgan binolar, umuman yer munosabatlari, chegaralar, kosmik monitoring amalga oshirish. Bu albatta har bir yo'nalish, bir sohamiz, O'zbek kosmik agentligi kosmik texnologiyalarni qo'llash orqali kirib borayotgan har bir soha shubhasiz O'zbekiston faoliyat yuritib kelayotgan davlat organlari bilan yelkama-yelka ma'lumotlarni almashgan holda qo'shimcha bir kuch sifatida yangi innovatsion odam resurslarini, vaqt resurslarini va moliyaviy resurslarni iqtisod qilishga yordam berish maqsadida kosmik texnologiyalar, ya'ni yer masofadan zondlash ma'lumotlarini tatbiq qilish maqsadida. Keyingi yo'nalishimiz bu geologiya, ya'ni noqonuniy qazib olish konlarini aniqlash, chegaralarni aniqlash, chegara hududlaridan chiqib ketish, ruxsat etilgan chegaralarni monitoring qilib borish. Ekologiya sohasida atrof muhitni muhofaza qilish, chiqindi zonalarini monitoring qilish, o'rmon xo'jaligida noqonuniy daraxt kesilishlarini monitoring qilish, o'rmon xo'jaligi yerlarini, chegaralarini aniqlash, chegara buzilish holatlarini aniqlash, doimiy monitoring qilish. Favqulodda vaziyatlar sohasida texnogen va tabiiy ofatlarni iloji boricha imkon darajasida oldini olish yoki favqulodda vaziyatlar ro'y bergandan keyin uni talafotlarni, oqibatlarini tuzatish, talafotga yetgan zonalarni aniqlash, monitoring qilish. Transport infratuzilmasida yo'llarni monitoring qilish, mostlarni deformatsiya deymiz, siljish holatlari bo'ladi. yo'l infratuzilmasini birinchi logistikasini optimizatsiya orqali, to'g'ri yo'lga qo'yish orqali ko'maklashish. Vaqt qisqacha bo'lganligi uchun tez o'tdim. Endi qisqacha amalga oshirilgan ishlagan namuna bu Bo'ston tumanida Choyvoq suv ombori atrofida noqonuniy qurilgan bino inshootlarini aniqlash, bundan tashqari boshqa suv maydonida daraxt ekilgan zonada, ya'ni o'rmon xo'jaligiga monitoring qilish vazifasi yuklatilgan O'zbek kosmos agentligiga. Ana shu ishlar natijasidan namunalar. Hozirgi ekranda ko'rib turganingizdaglar bu Andijon viloyatida Osaka va Shahrixon tumanlarida pilot tarzda amalga oshirilgan loyiha. Mana bu yerda ham noqonuniy qurilgan bino va inshootlar bo'yicha kosmik monitoring tizimi, yer masofadan zondlash ma'lumotlari asosida, kosmik suratlarni qayta ishlash asosida o'tkazilgan tahlil natijalari. Bu esa O'zbekiston Respublikasi hududida seysmik zonalar xaritasi tuzilgan, bu ham pilot loyiha, hozirgi kunda takomillashtirib olinmoqda, qo'shimcha ma'lumotlar yuklanmoqda. Mana bu platforma orqali O'zbekistonda har bir seysmik aktiv zonalarni xronologiyasini ko'rish mumkin. Qaysi yilda, qaysi davrda mana shu joylarda zilzilalar bo'lgan. Hamkor davlat tashkilotlari bilan chambarchas birgalikdan bosh chiqarib ma'lumotlarni almashuv yo'lga qo'ygan holda ishlarimizni olib borsak, manimcha bu yangi texnologiyalardan foydalanish ehtimoli oshadi va har bir davlat tashkilotiga yuklatilgan vazifalarni amalga oshirish samaradorligi yuqorilashadi. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat.
Thank you so much, Jasur, for bringing a lot of examples from Uzbek space. And as we can see, some of these real use cases directly and indirectly actually plays a big role in achieving the different SDGs. So very interesting work and very impressive work. Jasur was our last speaker in the panel for today. I think I'm going to open the floor for a quick okay, so we're running out of time. Okay. So thank you so much, guys, for attending that. I hope it was useful. Thank you also for all the speakers for bringing all the information. I'll hand it back to you, Julia. Thank you.
Thank you again. We would like to invite all our delegates to lunch to the Shores restaurant in the Hilton Hotel, and we'll see you back in 1 hour for the final session of the day. Thank you. Yes, we complete well your
Такое ощущение, что стоишь и повторяешь то же самое.
Вот на этот.
Все? Вы садитесь, чтобы садитесь. Да проще, я думаю, проще через проводник просто через компьютер зайти и скачать. А вы зайдите. А вон открытая шкафа. Еще. Все забираем. А компьютер. Че? Все файлы выделяем. Все, стойте. Все. Копируем себе. Не. Давайте тогда вот так копируем, чтобы остались. Переместите, я сейчас вырежу. Все, и сворачивайте куда на рабочий или на какой-то диск, куда вы хотите.
Ну, наверное, файл, скорее всего, на работе.
Тогда мой компьютер и на какой-то диск там уже есть, если есть. Нет, тогда на рабочем создайте папку. Здесь вторая флешка, я же не могу показать. Там крупные планы и общие.
Скидывайте, да?
Если хотите, отсылку на YouTube, да? У меня там еще ужин будет.
Ты хочешь сейчас видео снять?
Нет, завтра лучше. Или сегодня вечером после ужина, или завтра сразу.
Сразу лучше завтра, все.
А вы не знаете, как вот эту камеру подключить?
А он может
подключать?
Он подключает,
телефон, правильно? Какой будет, Android или iPhone?
Ой, iPhone. Но название не
Сканируйте, он подключен. Нет, но нам сначала надо подключить. Нет, у нас сейчас идет. Ну хорошо, вы можете отсканировать спокойно? У меня, когда другая сеть включена, он не подключается к другой, то есть конкретно. должно высвечивается. Вот пароль. 1, 3 однерки, 272, 19. Нет, он выбор дает. Все, вы сейчас вы один раз пароль ввели, по идее, когда вы будете здесь включать передачу, автоматом у вас будет определяться, и уже просто включаете через Wi-Fi, нажимаете в списке, и камеру понадежно. Сейчас все сделано работает. Зашли на камеру?
Да, все.
Одна есть.
Не надо.
Да, лучше оттуда, потому что здесь он может выборочно что-то скопировать. Заходим еще. Еще. И теперь что папочки, куда мы кидали. Нет, назад. Еще. Еще назад. Вот это. Просто первоначальное подключение камеры в любом случае нужно пароль вводить, чтобы каждый не смог подключиться просто, имея камеру. Все общее 1200.
Спасибо большое. На обед
Когда только скачайте, не забудьте выключить, а то батарейку закрыть.
Хорошо. Давай, пошлите. Нам нужно сегодня встречу опубликовать. Да, я сейчас не. Не холодно здесь. Почему?
Смотрите, программу, когда следующая сессия.
Вообще, по идее, я посмотрела, что это 2, оказывается. Но они поздно закончили же. Они в 12:30 должны были.
Куда они сохранились?
А это я даже недавно есть чувство.
Я сейчас пишу, если
Голодная? Голодная? Ну, немножко.
Мы можем сделать как вам.
Evet, gayet başarılıydı.
Güzeldi değil mi? Özbekçe güzel.
Evet, yapması var mı Özbekçe? Yani burada biraz daha bizim Türkiye'de yaptıkları, bizim orada şey var, Özbek lokantası var. Ara ara ofise, evet. Bizim oradaki, tabii biraz daha adapte ettikleri için. Buradaki biraz ya çok hafif, çok lezzetli ama biraz yiyince şey yapıyor insan, yani ağırlık yapıyor.
Kaçıncı geçtiniz buraya?
Tashkent'te 2, Özbekistan'ın 4. gelişim. 4, 5. Başka şehirde de Semerkant.
Gezmek lazım.
Evet, yani çok güzel gerçekten. Şimdi bu sene zirve var bizim Özbekistan'da olacak.
Öyle mi?
Devlet başkanları zirvesi. Her yıl bu Cumhurbaşkanlığı'nın zirvesi oluyor biliyorsunuz. Asıl işte büyük kararlar alındı, talimatları verildi. Geçen sene Kasım'da İstanbul'da, Yassıada da aynı. Bu sene işte şeyde, Özbekistan'da. Büyük ihtimalle Semerkant yapacak. Daha belli değil ama. İşte bu şey var. Şangay İşbirliği Örgütü'nde Eylül'de. Bu Semerkant'ta çok konuştu, hazırlıklar devam ediyor. Biz geçen ay gittik. Türkiye'de böyle şantiye alanı çok şey. Türkiye'nin 90'ları farklı bir bence daha da. Yani ben 90'ları tabii ki hatırlıyorum. Yani 80, eski insan. 90'lar Türkiye'de daha iyi.
Görmemiz lazım. Çünkü çok güzel.
2 gün elektrik. Ama işte sıfırdan yapıyorlar. Böyle işte inşallah güzel.
Bu seviyedeki toplantıda hangi seviyede?
İşte inşallah
Başkanı ondan sonra her şey nereye kadar?
zirve için mi? Yani çok kal hani her şey.
Cumhurbaşkanlığı da geliyor.
Bir etkinlik. O kadar çok etkili, o kadar çok şey marka düzenlenmek isteniyor ki. Yani İstanbul'daki de o kadar çok side event tarzı. Ama asıl olay Cumhurbaşkanlığı toplantısı, bir de Dışişleri Bakanlığı toplantısı bu şey. Paket. O marjda mesela bazen diğer bakanların toplantıda olabilir. Yani mesela bunlar şey, kızlar gösterisi, yani ne bileyim, bizim bu projenin konusu somut bir şey olursa zirve esnası olmuyor. Çünkü zirve mesela Cumhurbaşkanlığı olduğu için Cumhurbaşkanlığı geliyor, konuşmayı bir şey diyor. İki gün önce 2 gün önce yapılır mesela. Abi imza meselesi. O tip bir şey yok. Bir şey Cumhurbaşkanı o gün hiçbir şey koymuyor. Cumhurbaşkanları olduğu için. Sadece orada şey bir araya gelip ama mesela belki güzel işte. Çok güzel olur.
Bir araya
Böyle bir şey ikna olması lazım. Şöyle söyleyeyim.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We would like to start our last session. Уважаемые дамы и господа, пожалуйста, занимайте свои места. Мы хотели бы начать наше заседание. Спасибо.
Nedense o konuda biz şeyiz. Başka bir şey. Bunlarda da aslında birazcık yakında olsa ben ülkemi gezdim. Orada da şey yakın fotoğrafları sadece burada.
Please take your seats. We're going to start our last session. Welcome again after two sessions, we are going to proceed to our final session on the subject of new satellite technologies. And before we start, I would like to make a quick announcement to all delegates that you all received your badges, which all have a QR code. If you would like to receive updated program, conference catalog, or speeches from all the delegates, all the speakers, you will be able to scan the code, go to our portal, and download this information within the next 2 days. The organizing committee will also place photos after the conference on this portal, and you will be able to download those too. Для всех участников я хотела бы повторить также на русском языке, что на вашем бейджи есть так называемый QR-код, который вы можете использовать для того, чтобы скачать последнюю программу конференции, каталог конференции со всеми участниками, а также презентации докладчиков и фотографии данного мероприятия. А сейчас, now I would like to introduce our chairman of the last session, Mr. Karen Badalov. He is the regional director of Eutelsat. Karen Badalov is responsible for Eutelsat activities within the CIS countries, Baltic states, Bulgaria, and Romania, as well as for the development of telecom and data services in the Russian Federation. Karen holds a PhD from the Moscow Telecommunication Institute, an executive MBA diploma from the CMAM Institute. Karen will be the moderator for the session. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Julia. So I'm very pleased to be present here. So it's the first live event of this years, and it's the China is taking place in Tashkent, city which is very beautiful. So thanks for your hospitality and to organizers for inviting us to this event. So I will chair this session, which will last 1 hour for the presentations and then half an hour for questions and answers. So we'll proceed with the speaking order as it is indicated in the program. So we'll have today 6 speakers who I will present one by one. And I'll ask them try not to go beyond 10 minutes for the presentation so we match the agenda. So now I would like to invite the first speaker in our session, who is Dr. Ilhami Aygun. He was already presented today, but it's always a pleasure to present him again. So he is a distinguished member of our telecommunication community, not only satellite telecommunications and all. So he's a very prominent and well-known person in the industry. So he's the founder and president of the CEO Space System Monaco, and he's a pioneer in the satellite communication and participated in the development of many satellite programs. So the satellites which are now in orbit, they were launched and they operate thanks to also to contribution of Mr. Aygun. So for his contribution to the development of satellite industry, he has received several awards. So that's my introduction. So Dr. Aygun, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it's always nice to be among the friends from the industry a long time, as you said. It is good to come together face to face. At the beginning, as you know, with the Zoom and the others, it was a kind of fun. But after several sessions, then we said, well, it's better to face, physically to come together. Thank you. I would like to be short, but to explain what we were doing, what we are doing. Don't look at the agenda, it seems so long, but I will be short in the time. So with our company, Space Systems International of Monaco, we have established in 2004 in Monaco, and we did several projects. But one of our main projects was in 2015. We launched the first Monaco satellites, Monaco Sat 1. And today we have the partner with Inmarsat for mobile services. We have the media and launched TV channels, TV. With Axiom, as you know, is my futuristic projects, one of the projects that we are working. And with the government of Monaco, we have created a kind of subsidiary, Monaco Sat company, that will take care of the future projects. We are in Monaco headquarters. We have the technical offices in Cannes. Our first satellite joint project with the Turkmenistan. So we have the control stations in Turkmenistan, but also we have a remote station, control station in Monaco. And of course, we have also teleports in Turkey today. Just to show you, I mean, the orbital positions, I know everybody knows, but we have secured the 52-degree east orbital position on the name of Monaco State. And so we have, as SSI, the full right to use of 52-degree east. I want to show this one, maybe it is not related to our session, but for the future sessions. We are launching satellites, but we should be aware that actually we are also polluting the space. Today, LEO will be more difficult, as you can see, close to the Earth. Almost there are so many junks, but still, hopefully, the the green belt, 36,000 kilometers away from the equator, is still available, but of course congested. Nobody, new countries can come. For example, Uzbekistan, I wish that they had their own orbital position, but it's still difficult, saturated. As our history just said that we secured orbital position 52-degree east, and for this one I should actually thank to our friends from UAE, Yasat. We have made a very good frequency coordination, sharing the frequencies, and we are very good neighbor still together, and hopefully in the future we will continue. And then we launched our first satellite, Monaco Sat 1. During the manufacturing, we made the agreement with Turkmenistan that this satellite is also called Turkmen 52-degree east, some capacity for the Turkmenistan. And when we start the future, and of course the Monaco government as a state, they have the new orbital, the new frequencies developed at the same orbital position, again with the friends having such a sharing. So when we start some thinking of the new future projects, we have created Monaco Sat company with the Monaco government. Today, we have this company. Our first satellite is a standard classical DTH type of satellite. It has 38 KU transponder. 26 of them are used by Turkmenistan and 12 used by us. And this is around 18 years lifetime, launched in 2015. And one of the biggest Thales designed satellite, Space Class 4000 C2 platform. Coverage, here, very good coverage, I could say, on all Central Asia, Russia, Europe, with the BSS, the blue one, and MENA beam, Middle East and North Africa, the red one, which is almost replica of the Yasat one that we are neighbor and almost co-located. That we share the frequencies, and also on FSS, the link between Central Asia and Europe, so connecting Europe. And with a good cooperation, just to show you that international corporations always work for the space, we have very good partnership with SES, and the Monaco Sat 1 is co-located at with the Yasat 1 at 52 degree and 52.5 degree east. And SES has the responsibility to commercialize MonacoSat capacity. So we are also in the SES partnership on this satellite. We just created a new TV channel for Monaco. We call Super Yacht TV, and if you have some time or wants to relax, wants to see how the people are living in the yachts, you can just watch on your tablets or the telephones. Super Yacht TV from Monaco as the Monaco capital of the yachting. So we have partnerships, at the beginning, as I said. Our satellites are fixed service satellites, FSS satellites, and we have partnership with the Inmarsat, and we also provide the Inmarsat mobile services for the, especially the yachting, and we did a very good exploration, Monaco exploration yachting system. We furnished all the communication, and still we can give this mobile communications to the yachts and the different things. This was a kind of dream. We started with our friends Axiom, the owner of the Axiom, Mr. Gafarian, and then later we come together with one of the famous astronauts, one of the longest outside of the space station, making the EU things, Michael Lopez Alegria, who was the commander of the last Axiom 1 mission to the ISS. He took 3, they call the astronauts what we call the space tourists, to the space station, and they spend good time. So it means that now the space is open also for the public and for the private companies. It's not in the hand of the NASA or the Roscosmos or the other ones. And again, I'm sorry, I'm just seeing our friends UAE, and they are doing very well in the future. Bringing, I think, one of the next missions, there will be a UAE astronaut. And why not from Turkey, if our Turkish friends are here, to send to the ISS. One of the things why I was interested, of course, from Monaco, we are now taking some candidates to send to the space. But one of the module, the first module of the Axiom space will be a habitation module. But this module is designed with with a very luxury hotel in the space. When it comes to the tourism in the space, and Monaco, as you know, is a luxury tourism place, why not Monaco to be in the space? So I think one of the first habitation model we may call and sponsor the habitation module is the Monaco in space module. So this is our link with Axiom, we are cooperating. So after doing all these things, as I said, we created the MonacoSat company with the government today. So this MonacoSat is the national satellite operator of the Monaco. From 52, we cover this one. So after the creation, we start to think what we can do from this point, from this 52 degree east with some frequencies that we share with our friends. So, of course, all the new design, this is one of the things of our session, is the future and new technologies. As all maybe you know, the new type of satellites are called the software design satellite, flexible satellites, where after the launch, you can configure the coverage, power, kind of frequencies also, where you cover the Earth with the kind of GSM network with the cells, and then you can activate any cells or any place from the ground after the launch. So, for example, these are all samples. I mean, these are the planning for the future. For example, for Central Asia, even Pakistan, India, in this region, in this coverage. So any country or any user needs that, you can focus in that country, and then you activate there. You don't need to activate all this coverage according to the needs. And also, for mobile mobility, especially the avionics, for example, when the plane starts from China to coming to the Europe from the midnight, so this new type of satellites can follow the requirement of this flow that can change automatically the power and follow and give the necessary to this needs. For example, this can be used for the maritime. You can see the Caspian Sea or some of the shores where there's the traffic, commercial traffic, that this type of satellites. I'm just talking about this type of some examples what can be done. I know I saw my friend Vitasat, they are also on this one, SES already ordered, and I think Arabsat ordered such things. So these are the future type of satellites that is coming. For example, in any country from Central Asia or in our coverage, that they can make a secure governmental communication with their embassies or any type of governmental services, which the good type of this type of satellites, when you share the capacity, each country or the user can control and manage their part of the traffic. It doesn't mean to be centralized. And for example, some part in Uzbekistan, some part in Africa, or some part in Europe that the three different countries are using, they can have their control station and they can have their gateway, and they can, as if they have their own satellites without communicating or without interfering with the other users in the same satellite, they can use it. So these are just examples to give you some insights that this is the future, this is the technology coming, and I think in the next 3-4 years time we will see more of this satellite. So, and all these configurations can be done from ground in 5 minutes. I mean, you just make the thing, and plus for us, for the operators, good side of this is they are more autonomous. You don't need too much engineers or control on the ground, and the satellite more autonomous, and the processing is in the satellite, not anymore in the ground. Just to tell what this type of satellites can bring to us, according to the Euroconsult studies they made in 2020, and there is a new edition. Today, with the Monaco Sat 1 or the Vitasat or the other fixed DTH type of satellites, the cost is around, I could say, plus or minus 1,000, 1,200 megabit per second per month, the cost. With the ATS satellites that already launched, still fixed coverage, not the we cannot call flexible, and their capacity can go up to 50 gigabit, and still 800 to 1,000 the range. The new type of satellite can go up to 200 gigabits. For example, the new satellite that we are planning could be